Namaste everyone, I'm Dr. Kavitha Kukunoor and I'm truly delighted to welcome you to this special audio journey of my book Beyond the Limits, a challenge to prove oneself. Life of an young Indian woman overseas as she sees it herself. This book is very close to my heart. It is not just a collection of thoughts, but a reflection of experiences, learnings, and the limitless potential that lies within each one of us. I'm especially happy to share that this audio version is being brought to life with the voice and effort of Dr. Deepika Balani, whose clarity, warmth, and sincerity beautifully carry the essence of this work. I'm grateful for her contribution in helping these words reach you in a more personal and engaging way. I hope as you listen, you find inspiration, strength, and a deeper connection with your own journey beyond limitations. Let's begin.
Greetings, everyone. This is Dr. Deepika Balani, car volunteer. Today, I am here to narrate the book Beyond the Limits, a challenge to prove oneself, which is written by our founder, Dr. Kavitha Kukunoor. This is a life of a young Indian woman overseas as she sees it herself. Here is the book cover. I am extremely honored and privileged to be providing this opportunity to narrate the book to all of you. So let's begin. Beyond the Limits, a challenge to prove oneself. Before we begin, I would also give you a brief about this book. This is a story of an Indian woman multitasking through a hard journey in USA from year 1996 to January 2011. As a part of her journey to adapt herself to this new environment, she looked at life as a challenge. A major bet she made with her husband was to prove that she could work in the software field, though she disliked computers. By profession, she happened to be a qualified homeopathic doctor educated in India, but she could not start her medical practice in USA as she needed to get certified and registered by the Homeopathic Board of Certification of USA. At the outset, this whole thing seemed to be an impossible task for her, but she used the software industry as a stepping stone to reach her destination, which was to become a certified and registered homeopathic practitioner in USA and practice as a professional homeopath. Kavitha clearly described all the obstacles she faced throughout her life, experiences she gained, and the hard work she put in on the way to her destination. In addition to performing two professional jobs as a software professional and homeopathic practitioner, she happily kept up her responsibilities as a wife and a mother of two kids. The themes of this book are never give up, never lose your identity, and follow your passion with self confidence and strong determination. Beyond the Limits, a challenge to prove oneself by Dr. Kavitha Kukunoor, who is a BHMS from India, CCH, RS Home, NA, FRHS India. This is a life of a young Indian woman overseas as she sees it herself. This book was published by Books Line, Publishing for a Better Life. I am able to narrate the first edition published in 2011. Also, this book is copyrighted by Kavitha Kukunoor. Email info@kavithahomeo.com or kkukunoor@gmail.com. The website www.kavithahomeo.com or www.beyondthelimitskukunoor.com. The book was published by Booksline, Publishing for a Better Life, a unit of SRAS Publication, all rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in, or introduced into a retrieval system or transmitted in any form or by any means such as electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, without the prior written permission of the publisher. Any person who does any unauthorized act in relation to this production may be liable to criminal prosecution and civil claims for damages. Dedication. This book is dedicated to my beautiful children, my husband, my parents-in-law, and also to all mothers who need inspiration in their lives, as quoted by Dr. Kavitha Kukunoor. Preface. Being born as a human being on this earth is a great gift from nature. Every human being contributes to the humankind on the earth. Woman is a weaker sex and is supposed to take care of the family, while man goes out and earns, is the general thinking in India. With time, the trends are changing and men and women are sharing work on both the fronts. That is, taking care of the family and earning. But naturally, the burden is more on the woman if she is working outside to earn. She cannot do full justice to her profession as she carries the major responsibility of running the house and taking care of the family members, including the elders, if they are in need to be taken care of. If she turns into a successful working woman, then it is really remarkable and the some credit goes to the man in her life, without whose support she cannot achieve the success. In my case, I think I'm very fortunate to be born in India and have a reasonable, good educational background, being a homeopathic doctor. When I came to the US, I nurtured a dream in my mind to continue practicing here as a homeopathic doctor, but came to know that I had to pass certain examinations to be able to practice homeopathy. I was not fully fit to work outside in any other field as I did not carry any skills other than my profession. And the life in this country was new to me. But what I have always had was the confidence in myself and determination. I started working towards my goal of achieving the certification and registration for my homeopathic practice in the US. On the suggestions of my husband, I decided to work in the software industry, for which I took intensive training in computers over a period of time at different institutions in India and the US, till I made myself fit to work outside in a software industry and using that as a stepping stone. Gave my homeopathy exams. After putting in the hard work of 10 whole years, I could achieve what I had to. In the process, I tasted the failures, obstacles, and many setbacks. Even then, I would not leave my efforts before reaching my goal. I considered my husband as my role model at every step, and whatever was considered impossible, I made it possible. A lot of people, mostly women, appreciated my efforts, my approach, and finally my little success. I started writing about the entire exercise and decided to put it in a book form, which I did. I'm very happy to present this book to you all and sincerely hope that you enjoy reading it. Whatever has been mentioned in the book is all real experiences of my life so far. Through this book, I wanted to inspire others, mostly women, to take on challenges and accomplish their goals. I justified my existence by performing several roles and responsibilities, including being a mother, a doctor, a software professional, a wife, a daughter, and a friend. This book does not address anyone in particular, as it is written only to inspire women in general and to build strong, good relationships among all of us. I am not claiming that I have accomplished any extraordinary and superhuman feat. What I have achieved in my life can be done by just about any woman if she sets her heart on doing it. I would like to donate the proceeds from the sale of this book to charitable organizations that provide homeopathic care to people. In the words of Kavitha Kukunoor, April 2011. Acknowledgements. I greatly thank my husband Vinod Kukunoor for giving me the opportunity to prove myself and for giving me his wholehearted permission to publish this book. A rock is just a rock. When a talented sculptor works on it with a chisel, he transforms the rock into a beautiful work of art. I consider myself a rock and my husband to be my sculptor. Without the sculptor, the statue does not come to life. Mrs. Karen Faber, the very person I contacted for editing my book, when she heard my story and read the manuscript, she said, "Great, your life story is very inspiring to the society." And she advised me to publish it as a book. Sai Kishore Kukunoor, my son, who did partial editing along with his English teacher, Mrs. Faber, his generosity and creative ideas were very helpful. I really appreciate that at some instances, my son sacrificed his English class just to continue doing editing for my book. After we moved from Farmington City to Novi City within Michigan State of the US, I met Miss Angela Fisher for editing the rest of my book. She visualized my hectic life and made herself more flexible as per my needs and came to my house to help me with the book. I'm very thankful to her. While the editing was in process, I started doing book reviews on my raw manuscript. I requested a homeopathic friend, Dr. Vatsala Sperling, whom I met only once at a seminar, to do my book review. She devoted much of her time not only in reviewing but also editing the raw manuscript. She offered several crucial comments and criticism for improvement of my book. All her positive views, suggestions, and comments helped me in shaping this book. I thank my parents, my family members, sisters, brother, co-sisters-in-law, and friends who were very supportive of me and inspired me to write this book. My dad, after he read Vatsala Sperling's book, A Marriage Made in Heaven, gave green signal to publish my book and took the initiative. I am thankful to my dad and also Mohan Patil, the graphic designer who worked initially on the cover page. I greatly appreciate and thank Supriya Bhalarao for her dedicated work and for all her efforts in providing excellent shape to this book. Finally, lots of thanks to my brother-in-law, Suresh Kumar, who took all the pains in getting this book published in India. Also, now I greatly thank my homeopathic office staff, Dr. Preeti Shah, Bombay, India. She is my assistant doctor working in my homeopathic office since March 2008. She is knowledgeable, a quick learner, and a great helper. She always meets my high expectations. Sushma Suryadevara and Preeti Shetty, Michigan, 2008 to 2010. Both are very good friends of mine and very helpful. They willingly joined my practice as my part-time secretaries. My free homeopathy clinics in India began operation in September 2008 and functioned till December 2009. Dr. Parvati Gele, Hyderabad, India. Dr. Parvati Gele, Hyderabad, India. She is a very kind friend who happily accepted my request to serve humanity at my free homeopathic clinic. My free homeopathic clinics in India began operation in September 2008 and functioned until December 2009. Dr. Parvati Gele, Hyderabad, India. She is a very kind friend who happily accepted my request to serve humanity at my free homeopathy clinic. Dr. Srinivas Reddy, Hyderabad, India. He was a very kind, and my family members in India visited him when in need. I thank some special persons in USA who helped me during 2008-2009. Frank Das, he is a great helper, always willing to stretch his hand to help any person. He designed my free homeopathic clinic flyer and helped me with other miscellaneous homeopathic work. Krishna Senapati, he is a very kind and dedicated person. He helped me to a greater extent while updating and enhancing my website. I thank each and everyone who has supported me in some way or the other and who has inspired me by their good wishes. In the words of Dr. Kavitha Kukunoor, April 2011. Contents: The drive of my mind, my life in India, life is a challenge, introduction to newsletters, first newsletter, second newsletter, third newsletter, fourth newsletter, feedback on newsletters, my family, lessons I learned, and the photo gallery. We now proceed to our first chapter, The Drive in My Mind. It was the summer of 1998 in California when the story began. After a long day, I lay in bed, snuggled up with my husband Vinod, and told him I need to wake up early morning tomorrow. My husband laughed at me sarcastically and said, "What? You talk as if you're going to work." His query and comment pinched a sensitive nerve of mine somewhere. I snapped back. Whether I work or not, every day is a busy day. I hardly ever get time to rest or enjoy my life. On another occasion, my family and I went to a friend's house for dinner. When we arrived, we found the wife busy cooking in the kitchen while her husband was cleaning dishes, taking their daughter to the restroom, and entertaining their son. Having been born and raised in India, I had known very well that mostly women in Indian families do the household work at home, and the man's job is only to earn a living for his family. In this house, things were different. To my utter surprise, the man was helping with the housework. I looked over at my husband with an expression as if to ask, "How come you don't help me at home like this man?" My husband read my mind and responded by informing me that she is holding down two jobs. That's why her husband helps her. In addition to the above two incidents, I could narrate another incident that happened to me during that period. My husband had to attend a conference in New York. Since he was going for on his office, he could not take his family with him. My options were I could stay alone at home with my toddler or stay at a friend's place. Luckily, I had an Indian neighbor, Bhanu, who lived just one block away from my house. So I thought of staying at her house because I was new to the US and had yet to adjust to the new environment. Bhanu is unmarried, and after graduating from college, she had just arrived in the US to work as a software engineer for Satyam Computers. That night, after our dinner, we chatted for a long time before going to bed. In her whole conversation, one thing attracted me very much. She told me that her mother had told her that a woman had to earn something, no matter even if it is just a little, in order to build confidence in herself. I was very much fascinated by her words, and they made me think in a broader way. Finally, I felt as if I was able to connect all the pieces of my life puzzle. It was then that I realized that I needed to make some changes in my own life and prove a thing or two. I started working towards that. I had to snuggle hard in this new I started working towards that. I had to struggle hard in this new country, and in the beginning, it looked difficult. But very quickly, I adapted myself to my new life and started working. In fact, on two careers planned, one overlapping the other, and fared reasonably well. This is a story of my life so far, full of experiences that not only taught me the lessons of life, but would also give tips to the women who are trying to do something in this country. Here I present my book in this, here I present my story in this book from the period of my college education till the time of writing this book. Next chapter, my life in India. Right from my childhood, I had a passion to become a doctor or do something in a medical field when I grew up. My grandfather was a registered medical practitioner, RMP, who used to practice homeopathy and Ayurveda, the science of plant medicine. In 1990, while I was studying for my 12th grade, which is called intermediate in India, I took EAMCET exam, that is, Engineering and Medical Common Entrance Test. I just missed a seat in a medical school, but based on my score in EAMCET, I got an admission in JSPS Government Homeopathic Medical College, Ramnathpur, Hyderabad, to study for the graduate a degree, BHMS, Bachelor of Homeopathic Medicine and Surgery. At Homeopathic College, my physiology professor was Dr. M.N.R., who was initially a medical doctor, studied Ayurveda, and finally settled in the field of homeopathy as a professor and practitioner. The way he explained the subjects, allopathy and homeopathy, was amazing. That totally changed my life, and I realized that I was brought to a right place and I am on the right track. I could see my destination clearly. This is what I wanted to achieve in my life. It is funny that when I was a child, I used to get frequent tonsillitis, for which I was given penicillin injection. I was scared of injections, and I thought then, in future, I should become a doctor who does not need to give injections to patients. This BHMS course is for 4+ years. Without any breaks, I continued studying for the full duration 1990 to 1995 and earned a graduate degree in homeopathy from the University of Health Sciences, Vijayawada, in Andhra Pradesh state of India. Throughout my BHMS course, I got even closer to a friend of mine, Madhuri, who was in a medical college doing MBBS, the conventional medicine course. We used to study together. We both took EAMCET the same year and got graduated at the same time. Now, she's a gynecologist obstetrician working at Godavari Khani, Hyderabad. In 1990, I was doing my first year BHMS. I was required to study human anatomy. I used to bring parts of human skeleton home for study purpose. My sister was very curious to see a human body dissection we conducted and was interested in learning skeletal parts, so she came to my college. The book also has a picture where she's explaining parts of skeleton to her sister. As a part of her homeopathic course curriculum, I actively participated and enjoyed National Service Camping Program. I was also given honorable designation as Dr. Ponoju Kavitha after I completed my one-year internship at different hospitals from 95-96. My medical registration certificate from the Board of Indian Medicine. Pictures taken on the final year BHMS farewell day. Mary, Kalpana, Anita, Surekha, myself in the center, Parvati, Sunaina. On the upper row, Kavita, we had 2 Kavitas in our batch. Srilata, Devina, Padma, Maitri, and Pranita. I enjoyed doing community service at schools. I got enrolled at a rural health society in India. Here are some of the pictures. During the year 1995-96, I worked as a part-time duty doctor in the evenings for 2 to 3 hours at the homeopathic clinics run by my senior colleagues. In addition to that, I also got an opportunity to visit my homeopathic professor, Dr. Janardhan Reddy's private practice. I had a very good learning experience from his busy and successful practice. I started my own homeopathic practice in Hyderabad in January 1997. I got married to Vinod Kukunoor on September 1, 1996. It was an arranged marriage. Since most of the marriages in India are of arranged nature, I had full confidence on my parents' decisions that the person they select for me would be the right person for me. So without any hesitation, I happily accepted the proposal. I had told myself, since I was agreeing for an arranged marriage, I must think in a broad way, be flexible, and understand my husband's interests, so that I can make my married life happy all the time. You can also see the pictures where my wedding picture, the knot is a symbolic being of strong bond between the couple and myself in the wedding. Vinod was in software field. He had done his master's in computer applications, MCA from Osmania University of Hyderabad, and was studying master's in business administration, MBA, second year at that time. I accepted the proposal due to three reasons. Vinod and his family members said that they liked me very much the moment they saw me on their first visit. My family members and my Guru Swamiji also liked this proposal. And finally, Vinod did not have any objection if I practiced homeopathy. I thought to myself that if I marry a homeopath, that means two homeopaths at one place. Rather, when my intention is to promote homeopathy around, marrying Vinod, a software person, would be an opportunity to change him towards homeopathy. Slowly, I started to know my new family members. By God's grace, my husband happened to be a really very good person, and my parents in law were very nice too, who turned out to be just like my own parents. My sisters in law, my brothers in law, and co sisters, wives of my husband's brothers, all happened to be very nice, amiable, and reasonable folks. And I enjoyed living in the joint family in the outskirts of my hometown. Lots of open land, year round greenery, and vast stretches of cornfields around the house added to my pleasure of being with my new wonderful family. My father in law was also an RMP. He had a reputed practice at Devariyamjal, a small town in Shamirpet Mandal of Rangareddy district in the Andhra Pradesh state of India. He also practiced from home. Just a week after my marriage, one day I had to see a patient when my father in law had gone out on an errand. A patient had shown up with severe injury and he could not wait until my father in law's return. I did minimal first aid, but I could not give him any homeopathic remedy as I did not have any homeopathic medicines with me at that time. Moreover, my parents in law's house is far from city, and poor people who visit the clinic are not aware of homeopathy. So I was forced to give TT, tetanus toxoid injection, to prevent development of septic conditions. Being a homeopathic doctor, it was unusual for me to give injections. Just for fun, one of my family members took a photograph of mine while giving the injection. The picture will show I was working at my father-in-law's clinic. A family picture where my second sister-in-law, myself, second co-sister, first brother-in-law, second brother-in-law, Vinod, first sister-in-law with her son, seated my father and mother-in-law with their grandchildren. I was 7 months pregnant at this time of this picture. Very soon, I started my own homeopathic practice in Hyderabad in January 1997. I was able to see 7 to 15 patients every day. The success rate was 75 to 95%. Many individual appointments turned into family appointments as they were happy with my services. Being a doctor in India, I was treating both acute and chronic cases. For example, disorders of mind, nervous conditions, anxiety disorders, common illness like fever, cold, cough, headache, migraine, diabetes, etc. Disorders of children like colitis, recurrent diarrhea, ear infections, dental problems, arthritis, rheumatic conditions, respiratory conditions like bronchitis, asthma, and allergic conditions. Fistula in ano, hemorrhoidal conditions, digestive disorders, urinary complaints, skin complaints like eczema, rashes, ulcers, abscess, leukoderma, female complaints like menstrual problems, amenorrhea, leukorrhea, infertility, postpartum conditions, and such. on the way to the US. After my marriage, my husband got a job offer in a US-based software company, so he moved to USA to pursue it. After a couple of months, I also moved to the USA from India, along with our son, to accompany him. I was timid and totally dependent on my husband for everything. My English language skills were poor. I was stuck at home feeling isolated and handicapped, physically, emotionally, and mentally. I saw no hope of being able to start up my profession as a homeopathic practitioner in this new country. Although I had a full-fledged practice in India, my license was not valid to practice in America. I felt as if I was destined to be merely an old-fashioned housewife and stay at home taking care of my children and my home. But I also knew that I wanted and needed to continue my homeopathy work in order to keep my practitioner degree going. I needed to refresh my education, get certified as a classical homeopath in the USA, and I knew that this process will take time. My husband was convinced that I needed to stay busy, not just stay buried in my books. So, he encouraged me to consider a job in information technology industry. That was a great advice. I got a clear picture instantly at the moment of what course of my life could have in future. It could consist of two major components. One component would be working in a software profession, proving myself that I could work in a challenging professional environment in the software industry and contributing my earnings to our family. The other component would be to establish and grow my homeopathic practice in America. In addition to the above, continuing doing my prime roles and responsibilities that I already had, such as a wife, mother, daughter, and a friend. Thus, the life became a project for me, with two clearly defined components as my task and goal. I thought about it. I planned, I dreamed, I hoped, and I worked very hard. Somewhere along the line, I decided to write about my experiences in my life as newsletters. Perhaps my children will be interested in learning one day about how I coped with my life. Perhaps my friends, and who knows, maybe even strangers will pick a clue or two from the story of my life and use it to improve upon their own lives and follow their dreams. And off I went, writing about the things that mattered to me. Life is a challenge. Get on with it. Accomplish what you dream about. Me as a housewife and with my first child. I came to California in October 1998. At this time, my first son, Sai, was 11 months old. My life at home was pretty plain. All I did in those days was take care of my son, cook, and clean. This was so unlike being in India. There are a few pictures. Sai driving a cart at SeaWorld San Diego. Sai with his dad at LA Beach, California. Memorial Day long weekend as a vacation break visited Las Vegas, Nevada. Back home in India, as a homeopathic doctor, I used to work from 8:30 a.m. until 5:30 p.m. every day of the week, helping hundreds of patients in their quest for good health. When I came to America, my only job was to reduce only to be a housewife. In my new country, I could not drive and go anywhere on my own, although I had an international driving license. I was simply too scared to drive in America and was intimidated by its traffic rules and 4 to 5 lane highways. My husband was busy trying to start his own business. I was basically stuck at home with an 11-month-old baby boy doing the job of a housewife, as if my education and experience in the medical field did not exist at all. When my husband got some free time, we would go out to see the city and new places. But over the time, I slowly had learned that there were homeopaths in America. In 1999, I started inquiring about the requirements for a homeopathic certification in this country so that I could start my practice. Before our marriage, my husband had done research and found out that due to legal issues, I would not be able to practice homeopathy in the USA. He informed me about this at the time of our marriage. In order to keep myself busy, he suggested that I learn computers. In fact, this was one field I absolutely had no interest in pursuing. However, it became a challenge for me to set my mind towards learning computers, something which I had to do to keep myself busy until I would be able to return to my first love, homeopathy. I started learning computers right then, even before going to the US. It was difficult as my son was just 4 months old and I was breastfeeding him exclusively. I remember in olden days in India, even professional and working mothers did not have access to breast pumps that are so common in the West. I would leave my baby at home with my mother after his morning feed, go off to my day long training classes in information technology, return home exhausted in late afternoons or evenings, only to find my baby howling his lungs out and looking at me, desperate with thirst and hunger. His loud cries for mother's milk could be heard in the entire neighborhood. From the moment I arrived home, he needed my attention. So finding time to practice the new computer skills I learned was difficult. Later, after 1 year stay in America, I visited India for a ceremony for cutting the birth hair of my son, first haircut of the baby, and I stayed back for 6 months to learn computers there. I did this exercise for 2 consecutive years, visiting India once a year, staying for 3 to 6 months, and learning the latest computer programs, and enrolled for high level training in various software languages like C, C, Unix, Solaris administration, Oracle, SQL Server, VB, ASP, Cold Fusion, Crystal Reports, etc. I was hoping that when I returned to America each time, my newly acquired training would be useful. I also completed 1 year postgraduate diploma in computer applications, PGDCA, when I was in India. In May 2001, when I was in India, apart from learning computer programs, I attended my sister's marriage too. It was wonderful. There is a family picture where my dad, Vinod, and Sai, second brother in law, first brother in law, the married newly, third sister with her husband, first sister, second sister, myself, mom, and brother. When I returned to America in 2001, as usual, I had to return to the job of a housewife as I was still on an H4 visa, which made it illegal to work for me. Moreover, with the computer field changing so rapidly, the computer knowledge that I gained in India was no longer useful in America. Later on, my work permit came through finally, but most jobs required more experience than I had, and they were located far from my home, requiring me to commute daily. My husband owned a software company that time, and it was maintained by three partners. But my husband felt that it would not have been right for him to employ me in his office, thinking it might cause a business conflict. Meanwhile, I continued contacting people and attending several interviews, hoping to find a job. Though I was not working yet, I still did not get time to watch daytime soap operas on TV or enjoy any personal time for myself. Housework and taking care of my child consumed all my time. It was hard for my husband to understand how I could stay so busy at home. What is so hard about doing housework? He always asked me. I knew that if he was in my shoes for a considerable amount of time, he would only understand then. A large part of the work at home is cooking and cleaning up. Traditional Indian cooking is time consuming and tedious, but it is worth it. Breakfast preparations take an hour or two, lunch another 1 to 3 hours, and dinner can take a couple of hours. Thus, a total of about 4 to 6 hours can be spent in the kitchen daily if one wants to feed one's family with freshly cooked, delicious Indian food. Since I was not yet working, I was able to spend the maximum amount of time cooking, cleaning, and taking care of the house and my child. There was hardly any time to rest. In India, men do not help women with household work because most of the families have maids to do all the chores. Raising kids is a full-time job too for non-working women in India. I did not ask my husband to help with any chores around the house because he was completely immersed in settling in his own business so that our family could be well provided for. Any extra time I had during the day or at night was when my son was asleep, and I used this time in studying up homeopathy for the certification process. I paid the fee to CHC, Council for Homeopathic Certification, and took a complete examination for my certification. I did not pass the exam in the first attempt because I was unable to prepare thoroughly for it. I had a 5-year gap time between the time I graduated and the time I took the CHC exam for the first time. As a New Year's gift for year 2000, my brother had purchased a couple of homeopathic books for me online. These books were immensely useful for my CHC certification process, and for that I'm greatly thankful to him. Vinod got a job in Michigan, and we moved to the Michigan state in year 2002. Me, a working woman with the first child. In 2003, my husband realized that he provided jobs to several people, including his friends, but his own wife was still searching for a job. At this point of time, he decided to recommend me for an interview at his place of business, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Luckily, I got the job and worked with my husband on my first project. Working alongside my husband was wonderful because he helped me learn everything I needed to in order to make the project successful. I started work as a testing analyst in April 2003. My husband said that if I could survive in software industry for consecutive 6 months, then I would win the challenge, a challenge to prove myself that I can work with equal efficiency in the software industry as in the medical profession. At that time, my goal was very clear and could be achieved easily. I showed a great deal of interest and worked very hard to learn the tools that were implemented in that project. As I was in the process of satisfying my husband's expectations of the project, I also needed to make myself happy, and that would happen only when I became a certified homeopath in America. I could not get through the theory portion of the homeopathic certification process on my first attempt. The certification process included a theory part consisting of 4 subjects: a case submission, sending a write-up of 5 chronic cases, and then an oral interview which would last for 1 to 2 hours. With a great deal of hope, I applied to retake the homeopathic certification. Once again, I paid the complete examination fee of $400. But this time, I did not take all the exams at once. I took one exam at a time. I still did not get through the health sciences exam. My husband was not a fan of homeopathy. Another reason I knew I have this as a challenge. He made a bet that I would never get through the certification in my entire lifetime. I considered his words in a positive way and once again started working hard to prepare for the test. I remembered how hard I used to study at my homeopathic college for my graduation exams and how happy I felt when I received homeopathic books as gifts from famous homeopathic store Ramakrishna Homeo Stores, Hyderabad. There's a picture showing Dr. N. Srinivasa Rao, the proprietor of the Ramakrishna Homeo Stores, presented me with a couple of homeopathic books for scoring good marks in physiology. My desire to complete this certification process grew stronger and stronger. I am not a person who gives up easily. I always learned from my failures and knew that I needed just more time to complete the certification process successfully. I used to complete my tasks at the Blue Cross software office ahead of time, and whatever time was left at the office, I utilized effectively towards my CHC preparations. I happily managed all the household work without any help from my husband or any domestic maid, my child's activities, needs, and was getting positive feedback regarding my work at Blue Cross, a challenge to prove myself all in one. My day began at 6:30 a.m. and ended at 10 p.m. Even when I was a housewife, I listed all the to-do things and allotted time for each activity. The same habit continued when I was working in my job. I felt healthy, energetic, and happy. My confidence levels increased, and I even began driving to nearby places. I felt so relaxed when we were able to take a break, especially going out for 3 to 5 days was quite sufficient. Next few pictures show Sai, myself, and Vinod at New York Beach. Vinod and Sai with a wax statue of a basketball player at Madame Tussauds, New York. A snap of Sai and I taken with Mahatma Gandhi at Madame Tussauds, enjoying the snow. Me multitasking, 2 professional jobs, handling the home and a child. There is another picture that I'd like to show, my father-in-law's last handwriting. Which says my father-in-law Kalidas last writing on 9/16/24, expired on 9/18/2024, September 18th at 12:35 a.m. I did not stop working when I became pregnant for the second time in 2004. The time of my father-in-law's passing away and confirmation of my pregnancy were coincidental. It was very hard to digest the fact of losing my father-in-law, but we believed that his rebirth is going to happen in our own family again as my second child. Though I successfully completed 6 months in the software industry and won the challenge my husband had set for me, I was not happy because I still had not achieved my homeopathic certification. Throughout my pregnancy, I was occupied with office work, housework, and taking care of my first child. Truly speaking, I was very happy, positive, and well organized when I was working at Blue Cross. I looked healthier, and so I thought I should continue working in the software field until I settled in my medical profession. When I was pregnant at 36 weeks, I retook a part of the homeopathic examination, health sciences, and this time I passed it. I was very happy at the long awaited success I had achieved. My second son, Kavin, was born at this point of time, and there was a double occasion for celebration. Me with my second child, challenging time in my life. At this point in my life, I was facing the greatest challenge because I had to tend to my family, my household responsibilities, my new software job, as well as continue to study for my certification. I was under tremendous stress. My husband was also extremely busy in his growing new business while working at Blue Cross and therefore not always able to provide the help I needed. In 2006, Sai, when he was 9 years old, started working in our company, Felix Health Technologies Inc., during weekends and summer. Vinod and his partner Kishore run this company. Sai showed interest in learning and working in Vinod's office, and he enjoyed the responsibility that came with the work. Showing more pictures, Sai was proud to get his first paycheck. Picture of Kavin when he was 9 months old. Sai is entertaining his brother Kavin. Family picture outside of temple premises. Vinod, myself, Sai, and Kavin. There were other options, including sending my younger son to live with our relatives in India, but this was not what I wanted to do. I knew that if I dug deep, I could find the strength to be successful in each part of my life. I found role models to help me through this time. I thought, what about the presidents of various countries? They are faced with immense amounts of stress on a daily basis, and their plates are full, yet they find a way to persevere and get the job done. Why could I not do what they did? The state of Michigan conducted newborn screening tests to rule out 49 disorders and hearing loss. These disorders are related to amino acid disorder, fatty acid oxidation disorder, organic acid disorder, endocrine disorder, hemoglobinopathies, and other disorders. Unfortunately, my little one, Kavin, failed one test, has one abnormal enzyme level. So doctors advised a biopsy and tests related to blood in order to rule out fatty acid oxidation disorder. Being a practitioner myself, I was not worried about my son's condition, but as a mother, I was very much worried. I was breastfeeding him, monitored him closely, and he was doing really well. I introduced him to the bottle when he was 2 months old. It was really a great challenge for him and for me, as I was intending to start working again as early as possible, and the baby seemed interested only in breastfeeding. Usually, once a baby is used to breastfeeding, it is a struggle to get it switched over to bottle feeding. He cried very badly when I tried to give him the bottle. My parents and I would take turns trying to bottle feed him, and we struggled for nearly a month to get him to accept the bottle. When I started working, he was only 3.5 months old. I used to pump and mix my milk with the formula milk so that Kavin could be fed while he was at the daycare. I continued to provide breast milk for him till his first birthday. My husband was very helpful to me during the first 2 months of Kavin's life. He even changed Kavin's diapers. In the middle of the night, when Kavin cried, my husband woke up and took care of him. He was very much worried about Kavin's health and stressed out by his frequent visits to doctors and laboratory tests. But after 2 months of intense baby care duty at home, over and above the extremely hectic schedule at Blue Cross office and his own business in the USA and in India, he was totally exhausted. That I got concerned for him and said to him that he must take it easy at home and let me take care of the baby, as my parents were also there to help me at that time. Showing a few more pictures where Sai is enjoying the snowman he made of in his day off. Kavin on the lap of Faiza with her two daughters, Hiba and Maheen. There were several times when I would try to come home before picking up the children to clean the dishes and prepare rice or cut vegetables. That way, once I got the children home, I did not feel stressed and I was able to feed them early. Even though I had a lady come in weekly to prepare meals ahead of time, I was still preparing fresh food for my children, which is good for them, just as I had learned when I was growing up in India. The cooking lady helped me for only a year as her son got a job in New Jersey and she had to accompany him there. Since Kevin was over a year old, I thought I could manage cooking on a daily basis or every other day. When Kevin was a baby, the mornings were terribly busy. By the time I went to bed, it would be around midnight. Waking up in the early morning was tough as I had to quickly prepare breakfast for my older child, get a little one ready for his daycare, and get myself ready for the office. I also had to prepare tea for myself and my husband, pack my lunch, and provide my little one with his belongings for the daycare. During the winter months, mornings were worse than at other times, just because of all the extra jackets, boots, hats, gloves, and mittens that the kids needed to stay warm and cozy. The fact that Sai's school bus stop was a little too far for him to walk, driving him to his school bus stop every morning got added to my morning hustle and bustle. I did not feel like disturbing my husband's sleep. Usually, his days were more stressful and busier than mine. So I let him sleep a bit extra and get a chance to snuggle with his baby. On very rare occasions, I would request him to drop Sai off. But I never asked my husband to help me in taking care of Coven, like changing diapers, dressing him, feeding him, giving him baths, etc. I did all that by myself, even though my hands were more than full. I usually tried to have both of my kids sleep by 8 p.m., but most nights they would not go to bed until they saw their dad by 9 or 10 p.m. They had not seen both their parents all day. Now was their time to get some love and affection from us. I had a routine of breastfeeding Coven at night. This gave us some one on one time when we could bond. On most evenings after nursing, my baby felt comfortable and full and fell asleep on my chest. I found myself falling asleep along with him, stealing a precious moment of deep rest and tranquility with my baby boy. But my rest did not last for long. My inner consciousness would wake me up, forcing me to work on homeopathy, even though my body was exhausted. Even on the weekends, I did not get the chance to sleep till late. Kevin would wake me up by 6:30 or 7 a.m., happy and full of energy, ready to take on a busy day of fun with his mom. There were days when I compared myself to my friends, those who worked and those who did not. They all got up after 10 a.m. or around noon on weekends. Occasionally, my husband would take care of Kavin on weekends, and when that happened, I felt so blessed to be able to catch a few extra moments of sleep. There were many times I was not able to call my parents or family members in India because I was busy attending to the needs of my children and the housework. Moreover, 11 hours of time difference between India and the USA made the phone calls all the more difficult. When I was awake, my family in India would be asleep. When they were awake, I would either be asleep or it would be dead of the night. And I would be at my desk studying homeopathy. After a day's hard work and all the running around that I did. At that time, I used to say to my husband, I see my work even when I close my eyes. By this, I meant that even though my eyes were closed, I was not far from work. My mind was constantly thinking about what I had to do next. I still remember the 2 snowy days when my husband was out of town for work and I had to ask my neighbor's mother in law to stay at my house and watch Coven while I dropped Sai at the bus stop in the morning. At that time, I thought to myself, why don't I quit my job and take care of my kids instead of pushing my little baby onto the neighbors? But those incidents were few and far between, so I did not take them too seriously. Not only that, to draw a realistic picture, it would be very hard, even if I were to be a full time housewife at that time. I truly needed help with Coven. He was a baby, just a few months old at that time. It felt very cruel to wake him up and dress him for an outing in the cold, snowy day, just so I could drive and drop off his older brother at the school bus stop. It would have made a tremendous difference if I had either my parents or in laws to help me until Kavin turned 1 year. My parents had stayed with me and helped me till Kavin was almost 5 months old. After that, they returned to India and I was on my own. If I needed help, it had to be a nanny who could come to my home and take care of Kavin, do some light housework as well as some cooking. Unfortunately, in a short span of time, I could not find such a nanny or a good babysitter who can come to our house and take care of Kavin. Finally, we thought of a private daycare with special personal attention so that Kavin gets full attention. But the problem was that this nice babysitter could not come to our house, so we had to drop Kavin at her house. My work did not end once the children and I got home in the evenings. Both kids were hungry and uneasy, so I needed to attend to their needs immediately. Sometimes I would request that the daycare lady Faiza feed my little one dinner early so that he would not be cranky when I picked him up and he would stay calm. This made it easier for me to address his brother's needs first. When Kavin became 1 year old, weaning became a challenge. He would ask for a midnight breastfeed. I would get up in the middle of night on multiple occasions, hold him, carry him around, and pat him to sleep without allowing him to nurse. After much work, I succeeded. I had many sleepless nights, but it was worth it. Even though I was extremely tired after a full day's work, I would still always want to feed both my kids. At that time, Sai was 8 years old and he did not care for the Indian food I prepared. However, if I feed it to him, he ate it. Sometimes I found that I was more stressed in the evenings right when we arrived home. Sai would ask me to prepare a burger while Kavin would hold on to my legs, crying and wanting to be carried. At that time, I would get a phone call, which I had to take and would talk for a few minutes. I felt as if my legs and arms were torn apart. I could barely breathe, but I needed to get the tasks done somehow. During this time, I felt I was overworked at home with the kids. I needed someone to take care of them so that I would be able to do the housework and prepare dinner. I did not get time to visit my friends either because I was always busy doing one thing or another. Even during the summer months, I was stuck at home. If I opened the door, baby Kavin would fly away like a bird and I would have to run after him. However, I never thought of taking a break. My mind was completely busy struggling to find time and energy to complete all my tasks. I remember being thrilled when my husband would get home from work by 7:30 p.m. as the kids would be diverted from me and I would be able to finish all of my housework without interruption. I never felt bad if my husband was not able to help me in the household chores because he already had a full schedule for himself and was working hard for us. But even if he was able to take care of the kids for 1 to 2 hours, it was a great relief as I was able to complete the housework and get dinner prepared. I still remember all those Friday evenings when my husband prepared dinner, mouth-watering non-vegetarian Indian food for my family and loaded the dishwasher. He did this consistently until Kevin was a year old. I was so relaxed and blessed on those Friday evenings. Even today, he still prepares delicious non-vegetarian food on weekends when he has time. I am very grateful to Faiza, Kavin's daycare lady, who is very kind and helped me to take care of Kavin over the weekends when he was still a baby, so that I was able to go to the library for 2 hours and work on my homeopathic certification work. I did this for 1 year and then I submitted my well presented client cure cases to the CHC and they approved them. I greatly appreciate the help from Dr. Nikunj, a homeopathic colleague and a gold medalist, to me during my CHC certification process. His guidance and assurance played a key role in my success. Dr. Nikunj was kind enough to share a couple of his successful cases with me, and that helped me to build my own confidence. He and his wife, Dr. Amita, were like family to me, always helpful whenever I needed them. He also got me the homeopathic software Radar. When my computer crashed, my software Radar got corrupted as well. Luckily for me, though I lost the software, friendship and trust survived and continues to thrive to this day. When Kavin was little over a year, I had my hands full. He was walking around and would tear his brother's books. I constantly needed to watch him, leaving me hardly any time to spend with Sai, my older son, who was in the third grade at that time. I felt bad that I could not help him with his studies, but he was excelling in school. His teacher told him that he was a nice child and that he would like to have 20 copies of him in his class, which means she wants the entire class of 20 students to be like him. When Kavin became 2 years old, like every mom, I had to be very patient when I experienced the sibling rivalry. In the evenings, after the kids were picked up from either daycare or activity center, they looked very tired and hungry. Being highly irritable, they would fight in the car. Fortunately, their fights lasted only for a short time. Later, they stopped fighting completely when Kavin turned 4 years, and by then Sai was even more mature and they got along well with each other. I started to have a cleaning service come to my home once or twice a month when Kavin was 3 years old. I would be busy working along with them as my house was messy with a lot of things that I needed to be checked and thrown away. I was happy as I was getting some help around the house. In spite of being stressed, I still made each moment of my life happy, no matter whether it was a snowy day or a sunny day. Most stressful period of my life. To a greater extent, I managed multiple tasks, one overlapping the other simultaneously all through the day, for many years at a stretch. Handling a major task with 2 to 3 minor tasks simultaneously was very simple for me, and it was not at all stressful. For example, cutting vegetables, getting the kids' dinner ready, and talking on the phone. I could do all these at the same time, but at certain moments it became too stressful, especially at times when I would be busy in the office and I would receive emails or phone calls from my patients who were suffering from acute conditions. There was an instance in 2007 when Kevin was over a year old. My husband could not find the baby's clothes, and so he called me at my workplace. I had to leave the office right away and go home, just to show my husband where the son's clothes were. It was a bad situation, and I was extremely frustrated, feeling that I was the sole person handling the house and the kids. But when I looked at it with a cooler head later, there was nothing wrong in the above scenario because, as a child and a teenager, my husband was not given any opportunity to do household chores. In fact, he was encouraged to remain involved in studies and other activities. His family members and mates did everything for him and managed the household. In 2008, I encountered another situation where I had deliverables due at Blue Cross. At the same time, my son was sick with terrible diarrhea, and I also needed to address my patient's acute issues. So, I needed to handle 3 high priority tasks at the same time with utmost courage and patience. I was very happy when my husband managed to take care of child's diarrhea to a great extent. But the diarrhea continued for 3 days, where he could not be away from his office on the third day. I had deliverables due at Blue Cross, so I could not take the day off either. I had a hard time handling the situation. I was under tremendous stress, but I did not lose hope in my patients. As usual, with a lot of confidence, I implemented the same coping mechanism by overlapping and shuffling the tasks, and sorted out by prioritizing them as per the order of their importance. Sai helped me to some extent, taking care of his brother while I was on call with the client. I also emailed to my client from my BlackBerry device while I was at work, without letting the work get affected, and was able to deliver the deliverables on the time. My stress levels were going up day by day. Tasks like checking phone messages at home and getting the mails out of the mailbox got delayed. The bills were not paid on time, and we incurred a lot of penalties. Maintenance requests at home were also piling up. I got new washer and dryer installed in 2007. The model was totally different from the one I had before. I did not know how to take the lint out and thought that since this was a new one, it might have automatic lint removal. After 2 months, I had to run the dryer through 3 or 4 cycles in order to get my clothes dry. The situation became worse after 4 or 5 months. My electricity bill was above $250 for 2 consecutive months, when normally it was around $140. I told my husband about this, and he asked me to call the maintenance people and DTE Energy. I understood that he was too busy, so he had reassigned the task to me. But I simply did not have time to call maintenance office. I just could not fit this into my regular timetable. Having such repetitive, stressful conditions forced me to consider making changes in my present routine. Change in the working schedule at my RT workplace marked 2009. At this point, I asked my manager whether there was any option of working from home. The manager said that there was such option, but available only for the regular employees of the company. Since I was a freelancer, I was not eligible for that. Then I asked her if it would be possible to do a 4-day week with the same amount of work of a 5-day schedule. That way, I would get 1 day off to take care of my commitments at home and see patients. My manager approved my request. My first day off. I got my day off and used it in this way. I visited Kavin's babysitter, whom I had not met for over a year. The kids had a great time there, and I got a much needed break. After coming home from there, I immediately called the maintenance man. After coming home from there, I immediately called the maintenance man for my dryer. He processed my order and came to have a look. I went out on some work and was not at home when the maintenance guy came. He left a note saying, irresponsible and bad maintenance, and a huge amount of lint present. I was not worried about the note, but I did wonder how he had pulled that much lint out of the machine. I was not sure where the lint opener was. He came the next day to our house. He was a little bit aggressive and asked if we wanted to set the house on fire. I told him that it was not irresponsibility, but merely a matter of ignorance and lack of time. Feeling frustrated, I angrily told the maintenance man that I was responsible to take care of everything at home and that I hardly get any help from my husband as he is a busy person. My day off and the timely processing of the maintenance request prevented the house from being set on fire and saved my family. A challenge at my IT workplace, March 2010. I enrolled for an online, live, advanced homeopathic course called as Wednesdays with Rajan, WWR, conducted by Dr. Rajan Shankaran. It was conducted only on Wednesdays. Wednesday was a crucial day for me at work because it was the day I needed to submit the deliverables for the following day. I assured my lead that I would shift my day off to Wednesday instead of Thursday or Friday. And I would work from home for 2 to 4 hours and will make sure that the deliverables were completed on time and that the code was moved properly to production. He was not thrilled with the idea, but told me we could give it a try. It worked, and it worked even till now, as of November 2010, for more than 8 months. It has not been easy, but I made it work for me. More changes in the working hours at IT office, August 2010. I was given the workload of 40 to 50 hours where there is an actual work involved, and I was not able to compress it to 32 hours. I needed more hours to finish it, and I was ending up working for 34 to 38 hours. In one instance, I was forced to work 10 hours a day and on weekends to complete the deliverables. It was extremely stressful, so I spoke to my manager requesting her to only give me 32 hours of work with 1 day off, or I would be forced to quit. She accepted my request because it made sense. She knew I had been on a compressed schedule doing a full workload for over a year. I was so happy and my stress levels were greatly reduced, even though it reduced my pay. Changes I made at home, year 2010. Sai happened to be in middle school and get home from school by 2:40 p.m. I asked my husband if I could get to the office by 7 a.m. so that I could get home early before 4 p.m. Since Kavin was 5 years old and was potty trained, I thought it would be an easy for my husband to take care of him in the mornings. He agreed, and this way Sai felt comfortable, and I was able to do a little housework before I picked up Kavin around 5:15 p.m. Before leaving for the office in the morning, I made sure to have Kavan's clothes, shoes, and snacks ready for the day. In the beginning of the year, I packed his lunch, but once he began to like the Indian food at Montessori school, I started buying him lunch there, which reduced my workload. I am thankful for my husband's help, as he is currently contributing by preparing breakfast for Kavan and dropping him off at the Montessori school. When Kavan started his kindergarten in September 2010, my husband also packed his lunchbox, which was a great relief for me. Stressed out situations in year 2010. In 2008, I attended Dr. Rajan Shankaran's seminar on the sensation method. During this seminar, Dr. Sankaran mentioned about the Insight Forum, which is a professional homeopathic site. The moderator of this forum is Dr. Meghna Shah, and it was a whole bunch of homeopaths where we discussed the various cases, different helpful topics, etc. I joined this forum in February 2009, and it has been more than 10 months since the last time I visited this forum. I was upset because I was not able to allocate time to attend the forum. Last year, I was appreciated by Insight Forum as they said that I should be considered an example for the others for my active participation in the forum. I was not able to spend enough time on Wednesdays with Dr. Rajan Forum either, other than Wednesdays. Also, there was no time to spend on the other online homeopathic forums, for example, Homeopathic World Community. Due to lack of time, I had not been using my Yahoo email for the past 2 years, and I even forwarded all my official homeopathic website emails to my Gmail account, as I get emails on my BlackBerry device, so that I was able to respond to my client email phone calls urgently for their acute conditions or for rescheduling their appointments. I made myself available to my clients all the time. Due to my tight schedule, I was not able to give initial appointments right away to most of my new homeopathic patients, so I was forced to lose some of them. Every day, I was wearing several coats: a coat of a housewife, taking care of her home and children, then, on top of that, a coat of a software professional, then, on top of that, a doctor's coat. I have to have all three on me at all times. I have been successfully doing this continuously for more than 7 years now. But at times, I have begun feeling suffocated, and now I have decided that it is time for me to shed the software coat. Impact of the words of my parents and husband. We bought a house in August 2010. So I invited my family members from India for the housewarming ceremony. Unfortunately, my mother-in-law could not make it as she had a visa problem. My parents were able to visit our new home. They came for 2 months only. I was very happy seeing my parents, and once again they were very helpful to me. It became a little tough for the kids to adjust to the new house, new surroundings, and new school. I had to commute longer distance to get to my office. After I come home from office and I needed to take care of Kavan's activities like music, dance, etc. I hardly got time to get into kitchen. Since my mom was home, I did not worry much about cooking and cleaning. Even on Wednesdays, which was my day off, I would be busy with my 2 hour homeopathic class, my Blue Cross office work, my client appointments, etc. So I was hardly getting time to cook, to take care of house, and to relax myself. Seeing all this, my parents told me that I have done enough and I need not get stressed anymore. They advised me to focus more on my children their education and activities, and then focus on my love and passion for homeopathic practice. Even my husband seriously told me to quit the software job, as I was not able to spend time with my children due to my hectic schedule. Considering my husband's and parents' words, I realized that I needed to make a big change in my life, and that would be to sacrifice my software profession. Even my family members, friends, and relatives advised me the same. Decision to quit my IT job year 2010. I received an email from my manager on December 1, 2010, saying that she was going to renew my contract for the next year. The moment I saw that email, I had two reactions: happiness and sadness. On one hand, I was happy that my manager wanted to extend my contract for the whole next year. But on the other hand, I felt sadness because I knew in my heart that I had to quit my IT job after 7 long years. The feeling was horrible that I was going to lose some of my happiness or forego something that has played a very important role in my life. I could compare my sorrow to that of a student who is ready for pursuing higher studies but has to leave his/her mom, for whom he/she has received all the care and love while growing up. Here, I was the student myself, and mom was my software job. On December 2, I made a tough decision to resign and met with my IT manager in person to share the news. She was shocked and surprised, but I reminded her about how much I had been struggling for the past couple of years, balancing my work schedule, my children, my home, and my personal life. I also told her how much my stress levels had increased after we moved into our new home and my commuting had become so much longer. I did not give her any options. I simply told her that I had made my decision and needed a break, and that my last working day at the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan would be December 31st, 2010. While I was making this tough decision to quit the software job, Christmas vacation break was announced for the kids. I also heard from Vinod that his best friends were coming to our house with their families for celebrating Christmas, and they are going to stay until New Year. They are coming from all different places like Minneapolis, Florida, Virginia, Chicago, etc. I felt happy as I knew that my stress levels would be reduced substantially in this break, and it will help me in coping up with the vacuum created after resigning my software job. And it happened the same way as I thought. I never felt so happy, relaxed, wonderful in my entire life in America. My grief for quitting software job was almost none during that time. For Christmas, we decorated the Christmas tree and got lots of gifts for children on behalf of Santa Claus. Though we never celebrated Christmas in India, here we always celebrated it and enjoyed a lot, especially getting the Christmas tree decorated and wrapping up surprise gifts for everyone. For this Christmas, we had more number of friends than ever. Celebrating the Christmas and New Year with 7 families, that is total 27 people, was awesome. Kids were enjoying and having a lot of fun, activities, food, and games. A few more pictures were our family picture in front of the Christmas tree, group picture with friends and their families at home. New challenge to fulfill my dream. In year 2008, I had a wish. I wanted to write a book about the experiences in my life. Then a question came up. With a busy life as mine, would I ever find time to write a book? I hardly had time to breathe. I had to squeeze my day in order to find a few moments here and there. There were many days when, in spite of squeezing my day hard, I would not find a single minute to myself. I realized that writing a book is a major task and is a very time consuming process. At least to make a beginning, I started writing newsletters. It took me 2 to 3 months to publish a single newsletter, and I wrote 4 of them. Now, it has taken me almost 3 years to publish this book. I had to really work hard to find time for this new task of mine, and no wonder the process has taken this long. The challenge I made to myself was that I need to write a book, no matter how long it takes. I needed to write about all the experiences in my life when they are still fresh in my mind and when I'm still at multitasking. After a lot of hard work, my dream has come true. I completed the very first draft of my book in October 2010 and submitted for initial book reviews. I'm glad that I finished my book by December 2010, just before I resigned from my software profession, and was very happy to see all the book reviews to be positive. Even after my writing is complete, I know publishing will take a long time as there are so many processes involved, including professional editing of the copy. After quitting my software profession, the first day of staying at home was heavenly. I could compare my feelings with that of the pregnant woman, the sudden great relief she feels when the baby comes out after a stressful labor. I felt as if I was able to breathe properly for the first time. I remembered the relaxed days I had 8 years earlier. My kids were very happy to find me at home, and when they came from school, I prepared a variety of snacks and served them fresh, homemade delicious food every day. My kids were not stressed anymore and were very happy to be receiving some quality time with me. I felt as if my mind came to a standstill and relaxed as I was not burdening it anymore with different diverse things. I was still fully busy but not stressed out. Though I'm enjoying the relaxed, happy life, I also had work withdrawal syndrome. For several weeks continuously, I had dreams of my office, my work, my queue, my team members, they visiting me, and I visiting my office, etc. I also had an empty feeling of losing some of my happiness, which had been a part of my life for the several past years. I sent an email to my lead and team members to let them know how I missed them. And they mentioned to me that they also missed me always, but were very happy for me as things were going good for me and I was happy. Next chapter, newsletters. Introduction to newsletters. I wrote about the experiences in my life in a newsletter form that I sent to people during the period of year 2008 to 2009 only to inspire them by giving my example and my thoughts. Why did I choose to write newsletters? I get inspired by seeing or hearing people. My goal of sharing my experiences through these newsletters was to inspire others so that we all can make ourselves and our surroundings healthier and happier, and in turn, the life easier. I noticed that in many of my general conversations, there is a basic theme that runs throughout, which is be positive, keep hope, and never give up. So I put down my thoughts in a newsletter that would be both for the private and the public users. My hope is that my friends and family, as well as others, will benefit from the information from the newsletter. Newsletter 1, posted on May 3, 2008. Self-evaluation. Dear all, how I could build my long-term relationships. Face is the index of mind. Whatever is on your mind is shown through your facial expressions. All that glitters is not gold, meaning a person can be bitter inside with a sweet face showing on the outside. Throughout my life, I have seen many people being the examples of both of the above proverbs, causing poor relationships between them. I felt extremely sad at the incidents that occurred in my family and neighborhood in India. I lost my aunt, lost a neighbor whom I knew for more than 25 years. All this happened a couple of weeks ago. I thought we should not hurt or lose people we interact by our inappropriate attitude. Life is too short to lose relationships. We need to work on building relationships rather than losing them so that those relationships can be long lasting. It was this realization that drove me to begin writing my first newsletter. Even though a prayer is done regularly at home, it is important for people to also perform the prayer in a group, in a sacred place. Group activity promotes the relationship building among people. Based on my experiences in life, I realized that one can be healthy and happy if one has the right kind of attitude. This happens through positive thinking. Just like the flowing water of the river, positive thoughts in our minds keep us healthy and jovial, whereas bad memories stink just like a stagnant pond filled with mosquitoes that cause diseases. What you sow, you will reap. I'm a practical person. I write what I experience. In this newsletter, you will listen to my own philosophy and how this philosophy has helped me to become the person I am today. When you first meet me, you see me projecting myself, a simple person, and also defining myself so that others can understand me easily. I tried to make the best of every situation, concentrating on the good and positive outcomes. My strategy is to help others understand me or help myself understand them. Some people spend their lives wondering what is great in others. These people can never appreciate someone's greatness. This newsletter is not for the people like that. This newsletter is for people who want to explore their own talents and get inspired by their own greatness. One technique I use to maintain relationships is by placing only an add button in my database, with no delete button in my life. I try to maintain all relationships by focusing on the positive aspects of a person's life. In this process, it is natural to also find fault in people. But when one focuses only on faults, it ruins the relationship. Tips that I follow to ensure good relationships forever. In order to solve a problem, I always express my feelings to the other person. If it is my mistake, I accept it and admit to the other person that I was wrong. If, however, it is the only other person's mistake, then I feel it is my responsibility to address it and encourage them to own it. I use three-leg stool principle while considering mistake in other person, where one need to have minimum three valid reasons to explain. I prefer to convey my thoughts in person or over the phone, but if the other person is sensitive, or if I am sensitive to the other person, or if the issue is sensitive, or if the other person does not like to have a conversation, then I opt for writing to them in email. If the above process does not work and the problem continues with the other person, then I just leave the issue, thinking I might get better opportunity in future to address them, and for the time being, I consider them as difficult to treat and close the issue. I do not delete or remove them, however, from my database, as they can feel free to come back anytime. Critical tip. Suppose I still want to deal with that difficult to treat person and I hope that I can change him or her, but in fact, I have not been able to. At that time, the simple solution is just forgetting that person for a while. If I am still after that person, then I will be considered as a patient. Note: the above tips worked for me, and when my colleagues implemented it, it worked for them also. I hope they work for everyone and make lives easy and happy. How do we know whether one's thoughts are good or bad? It is simple. You own the heart will tell this truth. People will definitely come to know about you one day, but it might take them long to understand you. We have all our first impressions, but the real question is, are our first impressions always accurate? Here are examples of two situations. First, suppose if I encounter an uncomfortable situation with more than 5 people, then the first thing I suspect is that there might be something wrong at my end. That is why they are indifferent to me. In this situation, I need to change my own behavior. Second, suppose I experience an uncomfortable situation with 5 or more people, but in this instance, many other people experience the same uncomfortable feelings with those same 5 people or more, then in this case, you need not change your behavior because there is nothing wrong with you. Emotional bank account. Store the compliments you get. It is very important to store all the compliments you have received and remind yourself of those compliments often. Be sure to thank those who have paid you the compliments. It is important to store your compliments so that by storing them, you never drain your emotional bank account. Whenever you are feeling sad, just dig into your emotional bank account and borrow a compliment or two for yourself. Once in a while, pat yourself on the back if others do not do it. Keep your eye on the prize. Once you have identified your goal, put it in your wish list and continue working towards achieving it. Keeping your eye on the prize. It is important to always have your goal in front of you. Always know what it is and always keep thinking of how to reach it. One way to do this is to surround yourself with others who have already achieved goals similar to your own. Documentation is a must. It is important to document everything, especially the experiences in life. What we learn from our past leads us down the road to our future. If one does not document today, then tomorrow one may not know what's good God has done for he, she, and one may mistakenly think that nothing good has happened in one's lives. A saying from Hippocrates: life is short, art is long, opportunity fleeting, experiment fallacious, judgment difficult. Look for opportunity and utilize it appropriately. Where there is a will, there is a way. To me, there is no tomorrow. It is only today. This means, why wait until tomorrow when the opportunity is there today? When there are too many tasks to accomplish at a time, work on priority tasks and put them in the pending task bucket so they are your focus. Strong persistence. This means never give up. Or, in other words, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. An example of this happened in my own life. I struggled for nearly 4 to 5 years to get my homeopathic certification. In USA, I encountered all kinds of failures but still kept my hopes and dreams alive. And one day I got it. I always consider my failures as learning experiences. Behind every penny you earn, there is a lot of struggle. And behind every credential you are decorated with, there is a lot of responsibility, intense effort, pain, gain, sorrow, and happiness. Life is a mixed entity after all. Regards, Dr. Kavitha. Newsletter 2, posted on September 1st, 2008. My time management. From year 2005 to 2008. Dear all, it took nearly 2 months to send this email from my pending task list. I got an excellent feedback as I inspired people around me through my first newsletter, sent in May 2008. That feedback inspired me to now post a second newsletter about time management. I have posted an article on my time management in a website of a well-known homeopath, Melissa Birch, titled Inner Health. Melissa conducts several homeopathic courses that involve practitioners from US, UK, Canada, Australia, etc. Since you need permission to log in into the Inner Health website, I'm attaching my time management document that was posted on their website at the end of this email. A few quotes. If you want to be an example to others, showing your good qualities where one has to own them, and the bad qualities where one should desert them. All this has to be in pure, true, and natural way by Kavitha Kukunoor. You will be appreciated always once you know how to appreciate the others truly by Kavitha Kukunoor. Coming back to the newsletter. First, I joined Inner Health for a business client coaching course, BCC, sometime in the beginning of the year 2008. After completing it, I took a homeopathic course, distance learning, from Inner Health, taught by a world-famous master homeopath, Jeremy Sher. It was once a week Saturday course consisting of live conference calls. Not only did I learn the course myself, but also I taught this course to my assistant doctor. Some of my patients, who are also chiropractic doctors, have requested me to visit their office to see their patients. Recently, I have also received requests to teach homeopathy case taking, and all this is on my pending task list. Another segment. There is an Indian saying that if you eat neem leaves azadrikta every day, which are extremely bitter in taste, then one day you feel that you are eating sweet matter, no more bitter taste. The same way, one can make a negative person become positive by going on talking to him or her about good and positive things every day. Though one needs to practice initially to think and talk in a positive way, but over the period, it becomes so simple that without her or his consciousness, positive words automatically will flow in through his or her talk. Back to the newsletter. Currently, I'm performing 3 different roles. First, I am a software professional where no one can believe that I am a doctor unless I explicitly tell them that I am a doctor. Second, I am a homeopathic doctor where no one can believe that I am also a software professional unless I explicitly tell them that I am in software. I am an ordinary housewife and mother, writing down the experiences in my life for others, so that they in turn can use the lessons I learned in my life to help themselves learn and grow. Unless I explicitly tell them That I am a doctor and software professional, they do not know. When I am doing each of the above roles, I completely immerse myself and do the maximum justice to the role I am doing at that moment. Finally, if I continue to remain focused, I get appreciation from everyone at my IT workplace. From my assistant doctor, who has great respect for my philosophy, and from my friends, who give me the strength and encouragement to take up all these extra activities. In my earlier newsletter, I spoke about gaining a person's confidence or friendship is best accomplished by getting him or her to correct the faults in him or her and bringing him or her to a stage where a clear understanding develops with him or her, and then ultimately accepting that person. There is another way to gain a person's friendship, and that is by truly appreciating him or her for whatever he or she is. Getting appreciated has been a stepping stone for the progress in my life. All your comments are greatly welcome, so feel free to send them to me. Regards, Dr. Kavitha. Now, the segment from the Inner Health website, posted on July 6, 2008. My experience with respect to time management. Last week, we discussed the time management and had several questions and responses on this topic. So I thought I would share some of my experiences with you. For the past 5+ years, I have been full-time software professional as a senior testing analyst and developer. And people always ask me why I chose that profession. They need to know why. I am involved in a technology profession, but they do not care about what it is. That I'm experiencing from my job in the software industry. Dr. Rajan Shankaran, my teacher, mentions that it is not the why of something that is important, but it is instead the answer to the question. What is that one has experienced is important and should be considered as truth. Here, in the United States, before obtaining my CCH certification and credentials, I used to extend my homeopathic services for free and limit my practice to only family or my friends and their families that I knew. Last year, however, I was able to resume my homeopathic practice professionally after getting my CCH certification. I was thrilled to finally be able to practice the profession that I love in the United States. However, with that thrill came a new concern: time management. How would I be able to manage a family, a software profession, and my homeopathic practice at the same time? I needed a plan. This is how I currently manage both my IT profession and my homeopathy practice. I finish all my deliverables in my project, the software side, ahead of time. And when I take a half day or a full day off or a couple of hours break from my software job to see my homeopathy clients, working 40 hours per week is a necessity in software. I constantly struggle to manage those hours myself. Sometimes I need to log lesser hours to accomplish all my goals. As of now, I see 1 to 5 clients monthly and 1 to 2 follow-ups. My day begins at 7 a.m., getting the kids up and dressed, taking them to school or daycare center, and then getting ready for the office. My workday begins at about 9 a.m. and goes until at least 6 p.m. Occasionally, I see acute or emergency cases in my homeopathic practice after 6 p.m. or on weekend. But I do not encourage them anymore. From 6 to 10 p.m., I am totally with my kids, preparing dinner, kids' activities, etc. Finally, from 10 p.m. to 12 or 1 a.m., I must dedicate myself to my homeopathic profession once again, working on cases, replying to emails, sending bi weekly follow up emails, scheduling follow ups, etc. The internal work. In the morning, the whole routine starts again, and this is how it is day after day. In addition to above all, I also joined in a business client coaching course, BCC, this year in January. Though my schedule is busy, I joined this course because I knew that it taught important skills that would help me improve my work. I will manage it. I said to myself, and I did. During the 1 hour class, I had to keep myself on mute mode most of the time so as to not be disturbed by my little baby. At times, I was not able to stay for the complete 1 hour because I needed to attend to my kids' needs. In that case, to be able to learn what I missed, or when I had any questions to ask, I posted them on the BCC camp website. This way, I thought doing something is better than nothing. Another thing I do is to design my own website. Since I do not have time to instruct someone on how to design a website for me, I am doing it on my own. Whenever I get time, I am work on my website using the technology tools that I have learned in the computer courses many years ago. Though I started building my website alone, working through all the trials and tribulations that went along with it. I recently came across a colleague who was interested in building his own skill set and decided to do so by helping me enhance my website. I also spend my time exploring the latest homeopathic techniques on Dr. Rajan Shankaran's Vital Quest software and share my knowledge with the other homeopathic practitioners and with my assistant homeopath. One technique that I recently learned and instructed to the other practitioners in the sensation method, which has been very successful in helping me select deep acting remedy by understanding my client's case at deeper level or at the level of his sensations. Being in touch with the latest homeopathic techniques is important to me and keeps my practice going well. In addition, I am focusing on sponsoring a free homeopathic clinic in India, which hopefully should start soon. I am working to hire 1 or 2 homeopathic doctors and an assistant, bearing all the expenses myself. My goal is to make homeopathic medicine more readily available to the poor folks in India. How would I manage all of the above? First, my interest towards my homeopathic profession is strong, which I keep at level 5, sensation level or core level, whereas my interest towards my IT industry is at level 1, name level or superficial level. So the IT industry is not affecting my career. Moreover, I am in the process of leaving the IT industry for good and making homeopathy my sole profession. Since I joined the IT industry with the purpose and used it as a stepping stone and learning tool for the profession that I really wanted, that is homeopathy. I would like to come out of IT having achieved my goal. I am proud of the excellent 5+ years that my journey in software has provided me. The software industry has helped me physically, mentally, and emotionally, all of which I have kept as an investment for my homeopathic practice in the United States. Writing all of the CHC exams and getting CCH certified, as well as building my professional practice again and doing it all while having my second child was not at all easy, but worth it. To get started, I hired a part-time secretary for assisting me in my homeopathic office. Then I hired an assistant homeopathic practitioner as she was very interested in working with me. She benefited by learning from my experiences while getting assistance on my cases, and I benefited by reducing my own workload. So, What else helped me to survive in these difficult years? The answer is that I learned to prioritize my tasks into high, medium, and low priorities. This is a survival mechanism for me. For each task, I would tag due dates. Sometimes it might extend if there were an inordinate number of high priority tasks. I work on priority tasks first and put the rest of my pending task list. According to Dr. Rajan Sankaran, being in moment is health. Though my schedule looks stressful, I'm enjoying my life with my husband and kids, as I am keeping myself in the moment, something that is very important for achieving success anywhere. Melissa and her team, Miranda Castro and Mary Aspinwall, are all very inspiring to me, and I thank them. From the response I received for my first newsletter, I know that I am inspiring many people and they are inspiring me, giving me the positive force to continue. Newsletter 3, posted in December 2008. The story is worth sharing. Dear all, a book review for a famous journal. This happened in Michigan at the beginning of the year 2008. I received a membership renewal letter from NASH, North American Society of Homeopaths, with the CEU, Continuing Education Unit, form needing to be filled out with the renewal, enclosed in the packet. Since there were several ways to earn CEU credits, I saw the book review as one option. I thought it would be easy to do a book review, even though I had never submitted one in my life. I sent a note to the NASH editor saying that I was interested in writing a book review, although I have poor writing skills, and that concerned me. The book I wanted or needed to review and write about was Dr. Rajan Sankaran's latest book, Sensation Refined. The NASH editor was very impressed when I explained a little bit to her about Dr. Sankaran's sensation method and more of his new theories known as advanced homeopathy. I made a draft of the book review and showed it to my husband. Although he was interested in helping me with it, he did not understand the content and thought that my poor writing would interfere with getting the review published. I asked my son, who's a sixth grader, and he laughed at my English. Then I showed it to one or two of my Blue Cross office colleagues, and they gave some advice. But even they did not know anything about the subject and were not able to help me as much as I needed. However, I did not give up hope. Finally, I submitted the revised version of the first draft of the book review on Sensation Refined to the NASH editor. As I expected, she came back with too many doubts and comments, making me wonder if I am indeed fit for the task. She told me that writing is a skill and needs a lot of practice, and advised me to examine other book reviews and use them as models. At the time, I was trying to handle several things. Apart from my software profession and homeopathic practice, I had joined the business client coaching course. Also, my mother-in-law was visiting us at that time. Moreover, I was acquainting myself with advanced homeopathy, the sensation method, and the book that I needed to write the review of had 432 pages. It would be a challenge for me to read the entire book given the many other things that I was having on my hand. I decided that if I were to accomplish the goal of writing the book review, I had to focus on my time management, so I started tracking my time more closely to accommodate these additional things. There were times when I forwarded my personal emails to my Blue Cross office email address, and whenever I got a couple of minutes in the office, I'd work on it. When the office blocked the Gmail access, the BlackBerry came to my rescue. Understanding my situation, my husband got me a BlackBerry phone, so I could get my emails and respond appropriately to my clients or to the editor in a timely manner. I made my second, third, and fourth drafts, and in return, I received a couple more corrections from the editor. Since the editor did not know the sensation method and was trying to understand what I wrote, it was a frustrating experience for both of us. In the beginning, I was a little upset, but later on, I decided to work with them, thinking that all of their comments and requirements gave me a golden opportunity to improve my writing skills. Finally, after several drafts, they told me that my writing skill had improved a lot, and through my words, they could learn about the subject. Once I heard those words, I began to value my efforts and knew that my goal was attainable. I was so excited that my editor saw improvement in my work and valued my knowledge that I did not even ask if she was going to publish my article in the journal or not. In October 2008, when I saw the journal, The American Homeopath, the Journal of North American Society of Homeopaths, which publishes yearly once, I could see my article, the book review, in it. A great surprise for me. I was very happy to see my name as a writer in the journal listed along with other famous writers. Check the link below to see the book review. Throughout the process, I learned that hard work and dedication, as well as being open to learning and growing, really pays off. The link is http://book%20review%20sensation%20refined.pdf. You will be surprised when I tell you that I only received one credit for writing the book review. It was a lot of work for only one credit. But the entire process was an invaluable learning experience for me. I am a lifelong learner. I have already have more than 75 credits earned from the various courses, seminars, teaching others, etc. this year, while all I need was 14 credits. This is the picture of the book review from the same link. I know I'm not a writer and struggle with my writing skills. So why did I go for that one credit and challenged myself to write the book review when I had lots of other ways to earn CEUs? The reason is simple. I wanted to try something new, to challenge myself with something that was beyond my capacity, and I did it. I achieved success by accepting my weakness first, being persistent, and moreover facing obstacles with hope and patience. I converted all of the editor's requirements and adverse comments into a positive force for my own success. I looked at challenging myself to write the book review as an opportunity and I utilized it. While I never took my doctor's hat off, I kept it low, knowing that eventually I would once again be able to wear it high. The story that went from inside to outside. According to Constantine Herring, the direction of cure is from inside to outside. Disease gets treated first internally and then externally. This is a homeopathic law of cure. I noticed that in all my conversations, there is a basic theme which is be positive, keep hope, and never give up. That runs everywhere. So I thought of automating it into one generic newsletter which is applicable to both my private and public audience. Just like we do documentation for software projects, also I realized that all my talk was better utilized by people, friends, as compared to my own family members. I am sure both my family members as well as outsiders are benefited by reading this newsletter. I get inspired by seeing or hearing people. So I want to inspire others so that we make ourselves and our surroundings happy. If someone writes responses or sends other newsletters to me, I would be more than happy to read, learn, and get inspired by their experiences. Sad incident of losing my aunt. My aunt, Vidya Jyoti, who was very young, expired all of a sudden with hypertension in February 2008. That was a very sad news. Thankfully, as usual every year, I wished all my family, relatives, and friends the New Year greetings, including my aunt, and that was the last time I spoke to her. The incident inspired me to write my first newsletter in May 2008 so that I could have a communication email that can reach everyone. Book that gave me meaning to my thinking. Hidden Philosophy. On October 10, 2008, while I was working in my Blue Cross office as usual, I received office generic emails. Usually I skip those emails, but that day I decided to spend just a minute on one of the emails, and the link took me to a virtual library with a list of books. On that site, I saw a quote that immediately got my attention. It said, "Attitude is everything. Change your attitude and you will change your life." Written by Jeff Keller. This quote fascinated me as I wrote the same one in my newsletter article about attitude in May 2008. So I placed an order for that book and I received it in a couple of days. I started reading the book whenever I got time, while drinking tea or while having my dinner. I could not get enough of what Keller has to say. I realized that our own philosophies matched what he wrote, fitted my own experiences perfectly. I soon realized that because of my own positive feelings and my desire to share these feelings with others, writing these newsletters was important. Keller's book was a piece that put everything together for me. If I had read that book a few years ago, then I would have definitely have achieved my goal in much easier and faster way. Don't forget to check the below link http colon forward slash www.kavithahomeo.com attitude is everything dot doc. Gift from a famous homeopath. Ambika Waters, a well-known homeopath director of the Institute of Life Energy Medicine and the director of the Heart of Peace Institute, was so impressed by my work that she gave me one of her 29 books titled Homeopathic Color Remedies. I had an hour-long discussion with her about cases involving autistic or special children. She gave me her feedback, testimonial, in less than 5 minutes after I ended my call, which I proudly kept on my home page of the website. She is listed in the leading voices of the Homeopathy Forum, which includes world-famous homeopaths and their organizations. I was honored to receive her endorsement. Check below to see her autograph, http www.kavithahomeo.com gift%20 from %20 Ambika%20 waters%20 homeopath.pdf. You can also check the testimonial at the link http www.kavithahomeo.com index.html. Here's the picture. Book received from author herself. I appreciate the patience of Miss Cheryl Sternberg, the author of the book Becoming Cinderella, who waited for 2 months to get her training classes from me in homeopathy. I was delighted to receive the book from the author herself, and without me asking, she autographed the front page of the book. Check here to see the author's autograph. Sharing the picture with you. What you receive often depends on how much you struggle with it. The story began in 2005 when I had my second child, Kavin. My parents came to the USA to help me with my pregnancy and delivery. I decided to get back to work when my little one was only 3.5 months. This time, I had to work on a new software project with a new platform, and it was difficult. People asked me the same question over and over again. What is the necessity for me to work? I know they asked those questions with good intentions, but answering them was very frustrating for me. The software profession was the key that opened the door to my homeopathic practice in the US. No matter how long I worked in the software industry, I was not involved in it. Just as the water fallen on the lotus flower petals remains as droplets and does not get absorbed in the surface of the flower petal, my goal been only one. Homeopathy is my soul, and that gives me real happiness. I was in a dilemma to decide whether to work outside or not to work. My husband made it very clear to me that he would not be able to help with the housework or taking care of kids because at that time he was handling two jobs, working at the client Blue Cross office from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and working in his own company from 6 to 10 p.m. I had three options in front of me. Option 1, not working and taking care of my newborn baby and my older son and engaging in housework. This was a very viable and important option for me to consider. On one side, staying home and out of the workforce would allow me to concentrate on my home and children and keeping my focus on my family. On the other side, I would be emotionally and mentally distraught for not doing what I really wanted to do, which was to get the CCH certification and resume my professional homeopathic practice in USA. Right after completing my graduate course in 1996, I had started working in India at two homeopathy clinics as duty doctor with Dr. Gopalakrishna and Dr. Sridhar Reddy. Working has always been essential for my sound health and well-being. Option 2, leaving my newborn in India. This was also a very good option because they will take good care of him in India, and no doubt my parents and my mother-in-law would shower all their love on him. This option meant that I would miss my baby tremendously, which would be very natural. I recalled being told by my mom that I was only 1 year old when my grandfather died, leaving my grandma and their two daughters and 5 sons behind. My father, being the eldest son of my grandparents, had the sole responsibility of supporting his mother and 7 siblings. Plus, he also had to provide for his own family. That is, my mom, two older sisters, myself, and my newborn brother, who was just 1 year younger than me. In the meantime, my father got a job with a better pay. This would help him very much in supporting his family and his mother and siblings. But he had to commute a lot. To save time, he decided to move with some of my family to the city where his new job was. Since I was 1 year old and already weaned, it was decided that I should be left with my grandmother. My mother, my baby brother, and older sisters will go with my father to the new city. My mother needed all her energy to care for the newborn. My older sisters and sister-in-law, my dad's sister, and my brother-in-law, also my dad's brother. My parents also believed that I would be able to make my grandmother's grief bearable. With a baby on her hand to take care of, she would be involved for a long time and will recover from her grief faster. I did not even realize that my parents were leaving me behind. When they left, I just began calling my grandmother as mother. My aunts and uncles adore me and showered me with all attention and love that they could muster. I was the baby in this house, happy, twirling around in my colorful long skirts and playing with lovely dolls as long as I wished. This plan worked fine, till one day my parents came for a visit and I believed them to be some sort of guests. For me, mother was my grandma and my family was my uncles and aunts. However, soon enough, it was time for me to begin schooling. My grandma was then in a better health, and my parents decided to take me back with them. This I recall as a traumatic experience for me because I felt really torn away from the people I loved and considered as my family, my grandma and my uncles and aunts. Not only that, I had to learn how to adjust and cope with my sisters and brothers. I behaved like I was that new kid in the classroom whom nobody knows. It took me several years to feel comfortable in my own family and siblings, even though everyone in my family loved me and cared for me deeply. I had to adjust to become a part of my own family. This was hard for me, and I remember that painful feeling till today. Because of this very strong reason, I knew deep in my heart that for me separating from my child would be very hard. I did not want my newborn son to suffer the painful pangs of separation anxiety that I had felt earlier in my own life. So I decided wholeheartedly against this option. I will also show the picture which was taken at the airport in October 1998 when I was leaving for India for the first time. Received a warm send off from my family members and relatives. From left to right, the picture shows my grandma, mom, myself, mother in law, first sister, aunt, relative, aunt behind my mother in law, and two more sisters, and behind me, my aunt. Option 3, taking care of my children, doing the housework, working as a software professional, and spending time on my homeopathic profession. In this option, it seemed as though I have the cake and eat it too. Yes, this is what I wanted. How I could juggle all these balls, only time would tell. Until it was time for my parents to return to India. I never stepped into a kitchen. My mom prepared meals for me and kept me well supplied with yummy snacks and the chai. The tea that almost no Indian can live without. My parents also did laundry for me, and they particularly enjoyed the speed and efficiency with which the machine did its job. Growing up in India, they had laundry done by a dhobi who would collect dirty laundry, wash it in the river or pond, and bring it back home starched and ironed, all within a couple of days. Of course, now every house in India has a washer and dryer to make their lives easy. I just came home from the office, took care of the two kids and the mail, paid the bills, and luxuriated in a totally unconditional love, support, and help that only parents who adore you more than themselves can provide. These tasks kept me mighty busy. The day I dropped my dear parents to the airport for their flight to India, I came back home, and as my 4.5-month-old baby began to cry, the reality of not having my parents around hit me hard. I was in tears. Wake up, Kavitha, I told myself, and began writing down on a piece of paper a list of all the work that I would be responsible for. I did not leave any detail, no matter how small, wrote everything down. For example, dropping Sai at the school, sterilizing the feeding bottles for the baby, vacuuming the house, unloading the grocery from the car, and so on. The list came to 39 tasks. I was very fortunate to get a part-time cook once a week till Kavin turned 1 year old. Thanks to her, there was good food available in the fridge and we ate well. Other than that, I was on mom duty whenever I was not at my office, which was only 8 hours each day. I stepped out with the kids and stepped back into the house with the kids. Consequently, I had very little time to breathe. I had my fair share of sleepless nights when the children were sick, but I consoled myself saying that this is how life would be from now on, and this is what I had opted for. These years were hard on me. My patience was tested at every turn. But luckily, at the end of the day, somehow all my stress turned into happiness when I saw the big bright smile on Kavin's face. I realized every day that this is what I wanted, to be with my kids, and I got exactly what I wanted. No matter what the circumstances, I reminded myself to keep smiling. I knew that whatever, there was a bump on the road, and there were many. I must adjust the speed and go over it moving forward, instead of turning around and going back. These were days where I fought with my husband and demanded that he help me with the housework. I felt very silly right after these fights, because in my heart I knew the load and responsibility that he carried for the sake of our family and for his own family of sisters and brothers. He had told me from the beginning that he was not going to be of much help as far as domestic responsibilities were concerned. There was no point fighting with him now. I always kept in mind how ambitious he has always been and that his responsibilities and contributions towards our family are tremendous. The role that my husband played in our family made me put him high on the pedestal and idolize him. I also secretly admired his ability to fulfill his career ambitions and dreams, and how he had ways and means at his disposal to be of help to many, many people. Is it possible? Yes. When my mother in law visited us from India, I told her the importance and the need of learning to make a phone call and how essential that could be for her safety when she's alone, no matter where she resides. She responded saying, I'm 70 years old. How can you expect me to learn anything new at this age? She was reluctant to learn. She thought she could not learn at her age and that it was difficult for her to dial while looking at so many numbers on the phone. But I knew she could learn to do it if she tried, and I was going to help her. Every day, I sat with her for 5 to 10 minutes. I told her that as long as she knew how to read the watch and tell the time is all the skill she would need to learn to dial a phone number. The numbers in the phone range from 0 to 9, which she can easily recognize, as she had seen them on the wall clock. I used to narrate several examples to motivate her. Even my oldest son attempted to teach her how to dial a number. But still, she was unable to make a phone call on her own. After working with her for a few weeks with little success, I finally told her that she must first think that she can do it, and she definitely will. After 5 months of struggling, she finally accomplished the task. That night, she called me 6 times continuously. The next day, she called me all by herself during lunchtime. That was incredible. I was tremendously happy to receive her call, but she was even happier than me because she proved to herself that she could accomplish a new goal and do something that she never did in her life, even at age 70. From that day on, the moment the phone rang at 12 noon, all my colleagues knew it was my mother-in-law calling me. Earlier, no one in the family in India had taught her how to make a phone call. There was no necessity for her to dial a number in India. Someone always did it for her. Showing a family picture with my mother-in-law taken at Twin Tower Building at Chicago. Your health is in your hands. One day, during her visit to us, my mother-in-law had very high blood sugar levels. Her postprandial blood glucose was 400 mg and her fasting level was 180 mg. She saw a specialist and he advised her that with diet just on salads and meat, it can be controlled. Since my mother-in-law was used to Indian food and hardly ate any salad, such drastic change in her diet would not be easy. I told my mother-in-law that if she listens to me, I will reduce her sugar from 400 to 100 because I reduced my own sugar during the early months of pregnancy when I was diagnosed with gestational diabetes. At that time, doctor advised me to take insulin, but I knew a better way. I fought with them and challenged them, determined to maintain my own normal blood sugar levels solely by monitoring my diet and eating only healthy foods. Within 3 months, my sugar levels returned to within a close to normal range. This experience provided me with first-hand knowledge of how a proper diet can treat many illnesses, including high blood sugar. The key point to maintaining normal sugar levels is to eat at frequent intervals and limited food quantities, as well as be sure to see your doctor regularly and follow his advice. I told my mother-in-law that I would give her healthy food just like I ate during my pregnancy with my gestational diabetes. Each night we had dinner together. First, we had a healthy salad, followed by a healthy meal, and I was always careful to measure the quantity of carbohydrates that I gave her. If she wanted rice that day, then I gave her 1 cup cooked rice, half cup dal or sambar, lentil soup, and 1/4 cup yogurt. And that was it. Although she complained saying, "Is this all you will give me to eat?" I always responded with, "I will fill your stomach and make you satisfied. First eat salad, then whatever is there on your dinner plate, eat it, and then let me know how you're feeling." By eating salad first, I knew that 50% of her stomach would be filled, and then the actual meal would fill the rest. At the end of most of her usual meals, when I asked her if she wanted more, she'd usually say, "I'm telling you the truth, I am full. Not only that, I feel active and much healthier eating like this." In less than a month, sugar levels returned to normal, fasting 90 to 100 mg and post-lunch 130 to 150 mg, and it was all done without her taking any insulin. She continued with her regular medication with a slight increase in dosage and followed her diet. Regards, Dr. Kavitha. Newsletter 4, posted on October 2009. Homeopathy. Dear all, I know some of you were waiting for my newsletter. Actually, this year I am 6 to 9 months behind with my tasks, like making website updates, writing newsletters, submitting articles, phone calls, etc. For me, year 2009 is going by super fast speed. Homeopathy, future medicine. According to National Center for Homeopathy, Virginia, currently more than 3.4 million people in US use homeopathy, and we homeopaths in USA and other countries want to make homeopathy a household word. Homeopathy has been considered a future medicine and modern medicine, even though it has been in existence for the past 200 years. I wanted all interested persons to visit the forum Homeopathy World Community HWC website. It is absolutely free and you will definitely like it and gain a wealth of knowledge. Below is the website link: http://www.homeopathyworldcommunity.com. If you're interested in homeopathy or taking homeopathic medicines, then I would advise you to browse through this website as frequently as you can to find out about the latest updates in the homeopathy world. You will see homeopathic practitioners from all over the world in this forum. If you enroll in this site, then you can ask a lot of questions. It is so flexible that you can communicate to homeopaths in any country. It is coming close to 2,000 members for more than 50 plus countries. I'm not quite sure of its current number registered so far. The forum has recently started in May 2009, and in less than 6 months, it has captured more than 1,200 members. That is, more than 80% are homeopathic practitioners and other doctors. My passion and dedication to homeopathy is so great that even without being a popular homeopath in the US, I was considered as one of the featured members in Homeopathy World Community. I consider this a surprise tribute to me from God. Homeopathic petition. Also, if homeopathy has touched your life, please read this and put your signature at the link below: http://www.ipetitions.com/petition/USA homeopathy /?e. Homeopathy Radio Show. This provides awareness to homeopathy and also helps in self-treating some common ailments. It is free to enroll. http://www.homeopathyradio.com. B. My passion for homeopathy. When I joined a junior college to study homeopathy in 1990, my dad was not happy. He was upset and he told my relatives that I did not want to try the EAMCET, Engineering and Medical Common Entrance Test, for the second time, and that I'm happy with homeopathy. In those days, being called a homeopathic doctor was less valued than being called a conventional medical doctor, and homeopaths had a much smaller income. My dad believed that homeopathy was not that popular or legally practiced in the US. My individual's views were quite contrary to his, and this continued to be so as far as homeopathy is concerned. A small incident. I guess it was sometime in 1994 when my maternal uncle brought an incident to my attention. His father-in-law suffered from diabetic foot gangrene, and doctors told him his toe would need to be amputated. I immediately told him that there were very good homeopathic remedies for diabetic foot, and I also told him the story of Dr. Jayasurya, MD. Dr. Jayasurya was a medical doctor, and his father, who got diabetic foot, was also a medical doctor. So being a doctor, he knew the only option to save his life was to amputate his toe, otherwise the gangrene would spread upwards. One fine day, after their lunch, they were eating pan. And Dr. Jayasurya was about to throw the wrapper of the pan away, on which he read that the homeopathic remedy Sikale cornatum treats diabetic gangrene. This fascinated him, and he immediately started collecting more information on the remedy and gave that remedy to his dad. He saw results within the couple of days, and his dad's toe was not needed to be amputated and was cured by the homeopathic remedy. This cure not only surprised him, but totally changed his life and brought him closer to the homeopathic world. So pan. Pan in Indian language is a betel leaf which is eaten after a meal to give a good taste to the mouth and to help digest food as well. Things like betel nut powder, a touch of lime, catechu, fennel, cloves, cardamom, candied rose are applied to and rolled into a fresh green betel leaf and chewed slowly. Pan is very fondly eaten by Indians. The pan is available for sale in many roadside shops, wrapped in a piece of old newspaper or in a tiny plastic bag. It is interesting to know that founder of homeopathy was Dr. Samuel Hahnemann, who was a medical doctor, and all the other master homeopaths were originally medical doctors. I have told these kinds of stories when I was studying homeopathy, and they were repeated several times with several people. Even my husband is not a great admirer of homeopathy, so I have tried to convince him of the effectiveness of the homeopathy medicine. In 1996, when I got married, and I had told him, just like sun rises in the east is a true statement, so is the homeopathy is a scientific medicine and it works on principles. It does not matter whether one believes it or not. Homeopathy is a scientific medicine, and this is a true statement all across the world. What is homeopathy? Explaining homeopathy in detail is out of scope for this book, but I will try my best to narrate homeopathy at a higher level with few glimpses. The science of homeopathy is based on a set of fundamental principles that are as follows. 1. The law of similars. 2nd, law of minimum dosage. 3rd, doctrine of drug proving. Homeopathic provings are nothing but recording symptoms of a remedy when given to a healthy human being of different ages and gender. Most of the homeopathic provings that are currently referred to in the US Homeopathic Pharmacopoeia, which provides the basis of homeopathic prescribing, coming from the time of Hahnemann. 4th, the law of simplex, that is, the single remedy. 5th, theory of vital force. The spirit-like force which is responsible for different manifestations of life is termed by Dr. Hahnemann. 6th, theory of chronic disease. Diseases that reoccur due to chronic miasm known as disease syndromes. A miasm is a predisposition towards chronic disease, underlying the acute manifestation of an illness. By George Withelgus. 7th, doctrine of drug dynamization. Homeopathic dynamization is a process by which the medicinal properties which are latent in natural substances while in their crude state become awakened and developed into activity of an incredible degree. Homeopathic and nature's law of cure, law of similars, like cures like. Basically, this means that substance which can produce symptoms in a healthy person can also cure similar symptoms when found in a sick person. For example, onion, that is Allium cepa, is a natural substance that can make healthy person's eyes water and even produce burning, watery nasal discharge. In a person suffering from spring coryza or hay fever with profuse watery burning coryza and watering of eyes, then homeopathic remedy prepared from onions can relieve it. There is no such principle for allopathy that is grounded in the laws of nature. Homeopathy attempts to stimulate the vital force, the basic individual's biological strength, and the body immune system to recover itself. All the homeopathic remedies were proved on healthy human beings. When a homeopathic remedy is administered by matching the totality of patient's symptoms, considering at the physical, emotional, mental, delusional, and sensational level to the remedy picture, then the patient is cured as it results in permanent restoration of health. According to homeopathic law, when two disease and medicine, very similar dynamic affection, meet in a living organism, the stronger, that is homeopathic medicine, extinguishes the weaker, that is disease. This is the law of similars, upon which every cure is based. As mentioned by Hahnemann in his book Organon of Medicine, Bible of Homeopathy, consisting of homeopathic principles and philosophy. In Aphorism 2, the highest ideal of cure is rapid, gentle, and permanent restoration of the health or removal and annihilation of the disease in its whole extent in the shortest, most reliable, and most harmless way on easily comprehensible principles. A photo of Dr. Hahnemann. The second principle of homeopathy is the law of minimum dosage, which means one should give the least amount of medicine necessary to evoke healing process. Everyone knows that normal medicines have side effects and might even lead to great suffering or death. To prevent side effects, Dr. Hahnemann diluted and succussed the medicines, known as homeopathic potentization or dynamization, to a greater extent where there is no substance found in the remedy, while the remedy carries the dynamic power of that substance and is quite efficient to heal the body. The small doses used in homeopathic medicines are extremely safe and works upon unconscious people and infants and even on animals. If the remedy is not correct, that is close enough or similar, then it will not fetch you the expected results, no matter how many years you take that homeopathic medicine. In general, if they are not similar, it will not cause harm. Some people take incorrect homeopathic remedies for a longer period. For them, it might result in disease suppression, or they might experience expression of some other disease. There are several other things that play a role in restoring the sick individual to health while they are on homeopathic remedies, such as restriction in food, right exercises of the body, etc. The homeopathic remedies were thoroughly proven on healthy human beings of several ages compared to the experimentations done on mice and rabbits, which neither can talk nor can communicate their emotional or delusional or sensational symptoms. Dr. Hahnemann proved more than 100 remedies on himself, and he stayed healthy until 85 years of age. Homeopathic provings really help in increasing a person's immunity. Now, you see many more homeopathic remedies provings that include from all natural sources like substances made from plants. For example, Allium cepa, belladonna, from animals, for example, milk of dog, lacaninum, ink of cuttlefish. From minerals, example, arsenic oxide, sodium chloride, or from chemical drugs called as tautopathy, example, penicillin, streptomycin, and remedies that are prepared from imponderables, example, sol, the sun rays, luna, moon rays, etc. In recent homeopathic provings, we see remedies prepared from natural sources like housefly, lion, horse, python, etc. that are helpful in healing many disease conditions from simple cold to serious cancer. I am not saying not to go for allopathic medicine at all. One has to opt for allopathy in surgical conditions and some emergencies such as accident, and it is most advised in these conditions, where homeopathy has limitations. I just advise one to choose allopathy only when it is really needed. Even when I write newsletters, it is all proven and self-experienced. Everything is practical and it is all true. Homeopathy principles applies here too. in common persons, that is, my day-to-day life. I'm writing so much about homeopathy because the greatness of homeopathy that everyone has to see with an open mind, no prejudice, feel it and experience it, just like one behaves or believes that the God exists. D. My homeopathic profession. I am happy to inform that I have successfully completed 2 years of my professional homeopathic practice in the USA. See the following pictures. I am at my office in my homeopathy office, entrance of my consultation room, pleasantly appointed waiting room for the clients, area outside the consultation. So far in my practice, I have been able to handle cases like sensory processing disorder, 90% improved within 3 months, leukoderma, 85% improved within 3 months, osteoarthritis, ADHD cases, depression cases, hives, UTI, hemorrhoidal cases, 85 to 90% improved within 2 months, infertility, thyroid cases, gastritis, polycystic ovarian syndrome, candidiasis, spastic cerebral palsy, 75% improved within 3 months. This was referred by a client. Tonsillitis, Raynaud's syndrome, allergic rhinitis, asthma cases, 70 to 90% improved. Anxiety neurosis, 75 to 95% improved. Carpal tunnel syndrome, chronic constipation with complete heart block cases, responded 70% within 3 months. Insomnia cases, T-cell lymphoma, etc. Note, the above-mentioned disease diagnosis was already done by the medical doctors. Since I'm a registered homeopath practicing in USA, I abide by the legal constraints and do not diagnose or treat or prescribe for any medical conditions. Instead, I advise or recommend natural healing through homeopathic services to all clients who opt for freedom of choice for their well-being. I get patients as referrals from other homeopaths, chiropractors, and also from my existing clients, etc. For the past 8 years, that is 1998 to 2007, in the USA, I had limited my consultations to only friends and people I knew, and I only charged them $15 to $60, which would be just sufficient to buy remedies. I could not make a living out of my earnings, but still I was happy. I started my professional homeopathic practice once again in the USA in July 2007 after getting certified as CCH and with a credential as RS Home NA by registering with NASH, with my initial visit fee of $165 to $330, providing care for 2 to 4 months. The discounts were given depending upon the client's situation and family appointments. Even today, in this economy, patients are opting for homeopathy to address their health problems and happily paying the consultation fees out of their own pocket. I sincerely work hard to find the client's similar remedy in less than 3 months so that they can see me only when required for their follow-ups of either 3 months, 6 months, or 1 year's duration. Showing pictures of my CCH certification, my RS Home NA certification, Dr. Preeti Shah, my assistant doctor. I understand it will take more time for me to make a living out of my homeopathic practice. I was able to create jobs for others in my homeopathic office, which I am happy about. I hired a homeopath who was very interested in working in my office, and she has been working with me since March 2008. I enjoy working with her and see some of myself in her. She currently works from India and is very helpful and hardworking. She has become a great addition to my practice. I have also employed friends, Sushma and Preeti, as part-time secretaries to my homeopathic office. They assist me with inventory and scheduling appointments. Training. Whenever I get more time, I teach a basic and advanced class in homeopathy. I was blessed with a glowing testimonial by Cheryl Steenberg, an author of Becoming Cinderella, for sharing my knowledge of homeopathy with her. Refer to website http://www.kavithahomeo.com/ for the testimonials. Treatment plan for my clients. The practice of homeopathy here in America is quite different than that in India. When I had my own practice in India in 1998, I did many walk-in appointments daily and spent a total of 20 to 40 minutes with each client. Most of them would get a remedy right away. Whereas here, to turn an inquiry into the homeopathic appointment, I have to spend 15 minutes to 2 hours depending upon the questions by the client/patient that were answered by a phone call or email. Then I needed to spend an hour going through the client's case record, which is a 13-page document, which is mandatory and must be completed and sent to me before I see them. For each new client, I spend 1 to 2.5 hours on their initial visit. If needed, I record the cases with the client's permission. In those situations, I need to spend an extra 1 to 2 hours to hear the recorded conversation for case analysis. By maintaining client's confidentiality, I hand over the case to my assistant doctor. She then spends 2 to 4 hours on each new case. I also spent 2 to 3 hours working on the case using 2 different homeopathic software programs, that is Vital Quest and MacRepertory/Reference Works, to perform my analysis/documentation, etc. Next, I have a meeting with my assistant doctor to go through the case, and then we finalize the remedy. The job of a homeopath is not that easy. Refer complexity of the role of a homeopath on the Squido link on my website, http://www.squido.com/Kavitha homeopath. The homeopathic software programs would pull at least 50 to 500 remedies that point to a disease condition. For example, depression or thyroid disorder. A homeopath needs to filter through all the remedies and then narrow it down to just a few before choosing the best one. Sometimes I give an acute remedy to my client right away on their initial visit and inform them that I need to work more on the case as per the initial visit. I might need to place an order for a remedy if I do not have that remedy with me. This could take anywhere from 3 to 7 days, and the medicine or remedy could either be picked up or mailed to the client. I then send out regular emails every 2 to 3 weeks to find out their status. For complicated cases, I try to post the cases by protecting the client privacy and health-related information of the client in Inside Forum website. Every homeopath loves to spend time on that forum, but I limit myself to 20 to 30 minutes on the forum due to my tight schedule. If my clients are not responding to the extent I expect, I do not hesitate to refer them to other homeopaths. If they are not satisfied for any reason, I would happily refund their money. I give a minimum dose of a single remedy to my clients and follow the principles of classical homeopathy. I am happy to receive referrals from my client's chiropractic doctor. The doctor sent me nearly 10 of her clients and allowed me to visit her office to schedule her client's initial visit. I have a few testimonials on my website at the link http://www.kavithakehomeo.com/testimonial1.html. Treating my own family. This is not only true for me, but true for any homeopath. In general, a homeopath prefers another homeopath to treat his/her family. Homeopathic medicine is given by understanding a person as a whole. It is hard for us to minutely study the members of our own family whom we are very close to at many levels. Also, our own family tends to show much less interest in our questions. As taking care of my husband's health became a major concern for me due to his busy schedule, I requested an experienced homeopath from India to take up my husband's case over the Skype, and I paid him a good amount of money, even though he did not request fee from me, because I do value my colleague's time. My husband, despite of his busy schedule, somehow continued the treatment for 1 to 2 months, and then very abruptly he stopped taking the remedy. He had not seen any drastic changes or miracles happening to him with the homeopathic remedy. Since the doctor in India and my husband both were equally busy, it became a nightmare for me to schedule follow-ups for my husband as he simply discontinued the treatment. If someone could not experience the curative power of homeopathy, then I can take the blame on myself rather than blaming the system of homeopathy. Hence, if you're not satisfied with one homeopath, do not blame homeopathy or the homeopath. Instead, you try several other homeopaths till you and your homeopath develop a good understanding of your disease condition and the remedy you need. E. Appreciation for a person. Sometimes I used to feel what Insight Forum would think of me at that time in year 2009. I was the only practitioner who posted more questions and requested help on complicated cases. Due to lack of time, I was not able to reply to similar posts from other practitioners. Due to my surprise, Insight Forum wrote about me in one of their monthly newsletters. If we hesitate and feel inferior, then we will be stuck in ignorance and never get opportunity to learn what we do not know. I think one should feel free to clarify their doubts, no matter if others come to know of our ignorance or innocence. That way, one can do justice to their profession. A feedback. Dear friends, I greet you all and hope you're all doing fine. I have a lot to share this month about the interesting discussions that we are going on this forum. It is very pleasing to see more people joining together on the forum, though we still expect a lot more to come forward and shy away from all your inhibitions and just feel free to express. One person who has really come forward and expressed her difficulties on the forum is Dr. Kavitha Kukunoor. I am sure her difficult cases have created a lot of rattle within many brains and stirred up more ideas, thus clearing many doubts. It would be nice if more people take her as an example and come forward and take this opportunity that the forum gives to all. Regards, Dr. Meghana Shah, Insight Alliance Administrator. In 2004, while I was working as a testing analyst on a project, Selectica, with Accenture Company, their project manager, Mr. Subramaniam, said to me, If people in India work hard like you do, then we could resolve all testing bugs, defects in India, so that here, USA, you would find less bugs or defects. I felt happy and took his words in a positive way. That project, which was supposed to last for only 6 months, lasted for 2 full years. I tried to rectify faults in a person, to establish a business or professional relationship with him or her, and not lose to him or her. I implemented the very same philosophy in the software industry. As a testing analyst, I identified all the bugs or defects, tried my best to deliver a good project. The result in an extension of my project for a longer period. Here's a photo of an expression of my manager's feelings about me that got scribbled on my timesheet. In January 2009, my husband's consultant's wife, Vijaya, a beautician, said to me, I would say the current generation should consider you as an example for the way you manage all the different tasks in your life and move ahead with hope and confidence. I usually don't praise people just like that, but I heard from a couple of people telling me about you, and I'm also seeing for myself. Positive attitude of person is appreciated by everyone and everywhere. Many of you might have received a lot of appreciation in your life. I know you may not like to tell all that publicly, as I am doing. Though I write my experiences, I never think that I'm writing about myself. I just think that I'm describing a person and the incidents in that person's life and how the hard work has paid off. Secrets behind my project. All smiles. The reason I have been in the software industry for an extensive period is just because I get interested in whatever work I have been given and I finish it on time or even before the due date. My leads or managers appreciate my work. I have a habit of smiling and laughing so much that it keeps me healthy and energetic. Here's a photo of the team. In my first project, I was working with Vinod. At that time, our director, Tanya Bias, looked at me and said, You always have a smiling face. My other managers, Susan Wilson and Mike Hagerson, and my current team lead, Bruce Byatt, have also mentioned that I have the best smile. I relieve my stress in form of smiles, which in turn gives me positive strength and good health. G. Enjoy your work. You might do 10 different tasks in a day, which may be your responsibilities or which you may not even like doing them, but you are compelled to do. Include just one task of your liking, maybe of only 10 minutes duration, to the several other tasks you need to do during the day, then your day will be filled with joy and strength. This is the secret of my progress. I mentioned in September 2008 newsletter regarding my time management and how I split my day into different tasks. At the end of the day, that is after 10:30 or 11 p.m., I scheduled a time slot for the subject I love the most, that is homeopathy. This strategy gave me happiness and an enormous amount of positive strength in life. I could stay up until midnight to work upon this subject. Sometimes I have not slept at all when my kids were sick. This was during the 3-year period, that is, years 2005 to 2008, when my second child was growing up. Free flowing of good thoughts is good health. Anything that is stuck mentally or physically or fixed ideas is disease. A person in good health will be more creative, constructive, and spiritual, and try to do good for the society. Being in the present moment also is health. Determination to achieve. 10 years ago, my husband once said to me, if you work outside, you will know the pain that comes from having to finish the project deliverables on time and all the stress you have to undergo when working in a team and under different managers. I also heard this kind of words from other women saying that their husbands also said similar things to them. I answered my husband saying, see, whether I work outside or not, my schedule is always busy. It does not matter much to me. All I need is to manage my time with my responsibilities and have the required tasks properly carried out. Even when I am sitting at home, I do not like to sit idle and spend a couple of hours in watching a movie. I always watch movie in installments so that I could fit the other priority tasks in between. I have retained the sense of priorities for all these years and am continuing to do even now. For most men, a woman at home and not earning a living outside world is a relaxed woman, free from all tensions. A woman who is a housewife, staying busy with the kids all day and running her household is less appreciated as compared to a woman working outside and managing a career. 8 years ago, my husband had challenged me, saying it would be impossible for you to work in a software profession. He may have said this just casually, but I think he was correct in some ways. I greatly appreciate my husband. He is talented. If he attends interviews for any type of job, and he is sure to get it. In general, to most Indian wives, their husbands appear great and they appreciate them always. I decided that I will prove to myself by doing a professional job in the US and show my husband that I can take up a challenge and can work in a software industry too, just like him, and earn a very good pay. When I was failing in homeopathic certification exams, my husband had no hope in me that I will ever get through the CCH exams in my entire life. I considered my husband's words in positive and supportive way and struggled for several years to get CCH certified. The only thing I was interested in was homeopathy. But I made up my mind in 1998 when my husband moved to the US that I can learn something new to keep myself active and look forward with hope. A rolling stone gathers no moss. I started learning computers, even though I hated them to the core. When Sai, my eldest son, was 6 months old, I learned many software programs but was not working on any one of them. When I visited India in 2000, I stayed back in India for 6 months and learned different kinds of computer programs, completing them just 2 days before the due date of my travel back to the US. Whatever I learned in computers got outdated in a couple of months, and I sat at home doing nothing on those computer programs. When Sai was 3.5 years old, I worked on data entry and web-based application at MSN International and Devi Communications in California. Later, I got H1 visa through our company and I attended a couple of interviews but did not get selected for one reason or the other. I never forget an incident in my life. A wonderful interview I had in California in year 2000 that ended badly. For 1 full hour, 4 persons interviewed me through a conference call. The job was regarding VB, ESV, SQL Server, etc. I answered all their questions. The interviewers were very much impressed with my answers. They asked me from where I learned all the subject. Then I told them that partly I learned from going to tutorials and partly while working on several projects. They had only one position, but were considering two contenders for the post, myself and another girl. After the phone interview, they told me to see them in their office. I went to their office, Vinod dropped me and left. At the office once again, two persons interviewed me for nearly an hour, and they were also quite impressed with me. They showed me their office in cubicles, discussed the pay details, other benefits, and asked me when I could join. After my interviews were done, I did not have a right to return home as Vinod was busy on that day with his meetings at work. So I waited for a person whom I knew in that office to give me a ride back home. I had to wait for 2 hours in the lobby. I was very confident I will get that job. Well, there was no response from their human resource department for 2 full days. I called my friend and asked, "What is going on?" She told me, "You were not selected just because your application form was filled by your husband and not by you. They saw your husband filling the form." What more, the Human Resources Department had told my friend that in future, if I filled my own forms, I would definitely be hired. See how simple things make a big difference. I had asked Vinod to fill my application form because I was a little nervous in going through my very first interview, and that little nervousness cost me a job. In spite of this failure, I neither stopped learning computers nor I think about stopping a job search in the software industry. Some of my best friends pitied me and advised me not to waste my time and energy in learning computers and told me to forget computers and stick to my medical field. Finally, by God's grace and Vinod's help, I joined the Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Michigan as a testing analyst. My husband helped all his friends, relatives, and family members in getting jobs, and in some way, he also helped me in getting a job. Now, I'm in the software industry for the past 6 years continuously, working with this client on several different projects and platforms. After receiving CCH certification, I resumed my professional homeopathic practice in the US. In order to do justice to my homeopathic profession, I moved from testing to developing side coding of software industry into a platform where I had no experience. The reason I opted to become a benefit file coder was that I would have less meetings to attend to and I would know my schedule pretty much ahead of time. Based on that time schedule, I could manage my patient appointments in the homeopathic practice. This new job became a big challenge for me as I had no knowledge of coding. It was a totally new subject and I struggled hard, and that was a very good learning experience. When things were getting worse, meaning I was facing a situation where I need to handle 3 priority tasks all at the same time. For example, my little baby is sick and staying at home. Then I needed to be home to take care of him. Then at the same time, I needed to attend my acutely ill patients. And at the same time, I have deliverables due at Blue Cross. At these situations, I got frustrated and I realized that I might have to work 4 days per week. I would fill the day. I did not work at the office with patient appointments or pending household works, etc. In April 2009, I mentioned to my manager that I will work only 4 days a week, doing full workload. She accepted my request. Though it was stressful to be on the compressed schedule, I was happy because I was able to get 1 day off. When my mother-in-law was here in Michigan in 2008, she looked after my house. When she arrived, She found washed laundry of 2 to 3 weeks piled up high up on my son's crib. I just did not have the time to fold the clothes. She was shocked. There was a lot of work here that needs to get done, she said to me. But she knew that it was indeed too much of work for one person. My schedule allowed me to just maintain the basic routine and hygiene at the house. The extra work had to wait. Though my life looked stressful, my mother in law was very happy for me that I made a lot of progress in my life. She used to tell others that I am good, have a lot of patience, and I do justice to all my tasks and responsibilities. Now I think I have proved myself enough. I have completed mandatory homeopathic certification process and got certified in USA. I have also learned software and worked in the software industry for over 5 years. Yes, I have proved for myself that I can definitely work and succeed in different professional fields and also be a devoted wife, a loving and attentive mother, and a housewife. Besides being a daughter and a friend, I have discharged all these responsibilities in a reliable and highly professional manner. I'm very thankful to God for providing me the positive energy to carry out all these tasks. He met all my needs. In fact, it is believed that without any partiality, God fulfills everyone's needs. We just need to realize that and recognize all the good that God has done to us. I was able to do all this not by using my intelligence and capabilities alone, but also by working hard with a sense of dedication, positive attitude, hope, and self confidence. Where there is a will, there is a way. Actually, I decided to come out of the software industry by 2008 December, but in the US economy had crashed. The whole country was in the worst case scenario, and the waves of disaster were spreading all across the world. At that time, I changed my mind, decided to stick to my job, and wait until prospects improved. Homeopathy is a study for the entire lifetime for me, as there is an opportunity to learn and experience it every day. I used my career in software industry as a stepping stone or as a ladder to climb to where I wanted to be. Now I am free to get on with my homeopathic practice, as homeopathy is my first and the last passion. Come forward to learn homeopathy. I know some of you wanted to know more or learn homeopathy, but might think that this is not your field and might be difficult to understand. Now, learning homeopathy has become very much easy because of the scores of very authentic websites that offer homeopathic education for free and teach how to self-prescribe for acute complaints and non-life-threatening emergencies. Homeopathy cures a larger percentage of cases than any other method of treatment and is beyond doubt safer and more economical and the most complete medical science as quoted by Mahatma Gandhi. When coming from a medical field like homeopathy, I can learn and work in software. It is certain that if you are set your heart to it, you too can learn homeopathy even though your expertise lies in a different field. It is all a matter of wanting something badly and trying very hard to achieve it. Okay, closing of free homeopathic clinics in India. The 2 free homeopathic clinics which I sponsored in India in year 2008 ran successfully for 1 year. I'm sad to say that one clinic stopped functioning 8 months ago. The second clinic is still functioning, but only occasionally because in India, the homeopathic doctors are very busy and they do not have time to run a charitable clinic. By running these free clinics, I will be able to fulfill my father and my husband's wishes but someone has to come forward with an offer that they will manage and run the clinic. If such a person comes along, I will make commitment about their pays and perks. I sincerely request everyone to consider this newsletter in a positive and constructive way. I believe in today because we do not know how tomorrow would be. It might take 30 minutes for you to read this newsletter, but it took me 2 to 3 months to put my thoughts into words, as the time was always short for me. Regards, Dr. Kavitha. See the following pictures: the flyer of free homeopathy clinic in India, the pictures of free homeopathic clinics, Dr. Parvati working in free homeopathic clinics. What people think of my newsletters. I receive positive feedback on all my newsletters, requesting me to write more. Thanks to all those who took time to provide their valuable feedback. First, I appreciate my husband who gave a positive feedback to all the newsletters and encouraged me to continue writing. I do not think of showing my husband the drafts of the newsletter before I posted them to all because these were my own thoughts, and moreover, my husband has been busy handling a company of over 100 employees, and it is a stressful job. His time is precious. Besides that, I also know that he has full confidence in me that I will always be right. My aunt, that is my dad's sister, after reading my newsletters and patient testimonials, wrote on a piece of paper as below, and Sujan, her son, shared that in an email. I felt very happy and blessed to receive appreciation from my aunt. See that letter on the comment page. Here's a picture of ma'am. Picture of the letter, which I'll read out. Dear Kavitha, hope you and your family are doing well. Hearty congratulations on the success of your dreams. I felt very happy on seeing your newsletters and articles. I really appreciate your patience, hard work, and your desire to do free social service in your motherland. Your life is an ideal example to the others. Many people may dream many things, but only a few great people like you can achieve them. Both you and Vinod are distinguished in your fields. I feel so happy on seeing the words by one of your clients, Channel Goska, saying Kavitha is kind as well as very knowledgeable. You are being appreciated and also being blessed by many people. I got tears in my eyes while writing this letter. You are Bangaru Bida of Ponoju. You are precious like gold to our family. May God give you, Vinod, Sai, and Kavin good health and happiness forever. Your loving aunt, Vijaya Lakshmi. Some mails I received. Kavitha. Lot of work in these newsletters. Excellent job. Continue to write these newsletters. It will give you a lot of confidence in life. Keep up the good spirit and continue to work with the same energy and enthusiasm. At some point, you will be successful in your dream profession. I appreciate all your hard work. I know how much you admire your profession. Yes, I agree. At some point, this should be your full-time profession. Thanks to your hard work, I wish you all the best. Vinod, my husband. Dear Kavitha, I always think of you as a great person with so much capacity. Your words and theory about what you mention is all real. I encourage you to write more articles like this. Even though you are busy, you make use of life given by God in the best way you can. Your word, look for opportunity and utilize it appropriately. Where there is a will, strong will, there is a way. I love them. Behind every penny you earn, there is a lot of struggle, and behind that every credential you are given, there is a responsibility. Struggle, pain, and gain, and sorrow, and happiness. So life is all a mixed bag. These words are inspiration for me. It was so nice to read your email. I really appreciate how you manage things as a doctor, software professional, and a mother. I don't know whether you get any time to sleep. May God be with you in all that you do. Regards, Anu. Dear Kavitha, thank you so much for sending this email to me. By reading your newsletter, I have grown to know you more personally. I am amazed to note that even the minutest things that you had told me in the past are in fact a part of your philosophy. There are many people who preach good things, but very few who actually practice them, and you are one amongst them. I am so glad to know you as a person, and I must say I have many things to learn from you both personally and professionally. If I were to describe you, I would just say simple, genuine, and persistent. I went through your newsletter. It was very touching. You have described your journey so well, all your struggles, hurdles, falls, and then success. When you will have your autobiography ready? Dr. Preeti. Hi, Kavitha. It is a really good that you have put so many ideas and thoughts in your email so nicely. For both of us, I would say good work and keep up the activities and thought processes that you have put forth so lucidly in your email. We are happy, very happy to see that you are busy and immersed in so many activities that you have a sincere interest in. Regards, Kishore and Shalini. Kavitha. Wow, this is a wonderful article. Good job. While reading this article, we felt as if you are telling this in front of us. I think you have one more role which you have forgotten to mention. You are a very good writer. Keep it up and good luck with your homeopathy practice and India Free Homeopathic Services. We remember the hardships you have gone through to get to this point. We are very happy to see you practicing homeopathy, and we are always there to encourage and motivate you. Regards, Nagin Bharati. Hi Kavitha. Your newsletter articles was so good. It just reflects everyone's day-to-day activities. But it is different in a way you handle your tasks. I am amazed how you fulfill everyone's wishes before you move on to the next task and how you prioritize your work. It is great that in your lifestyle you give first priority to your family, then to everything else. I really like that. Now I know how to prioritize my tasks and manage everything in my daily routine. I say you did a wonderful job. I can see your hard work and your willingness for expressing good words and making everyone think in a better way for handling the situations they face. And I thank you once again for sharing your experiences with us. Do keep on writing. Thanks for sharing your lifetime experiences with us. It is as a tonic for me. Whenever I read your articles, it gives me guidance, hope, and self-confidence. Looking forward to your next newsletter. Thank you. Sushma. Dear Kavitha, thanks a ton for this wonderful newsletter. It really brings a lot of hope and positive energy on me. Once I started reading it, I could not even move from my place until I finished it. It has given me a big smile and lot of energy which I was starting to lose during the past few days. Thanks a lot and keep them coming. Regards, Parul. Hi, Kavitha. Good Lord, at last I'm able to send this reply. Every newsletter you give to me. It's just that I don't have that dedication to spend few minutes to send a reply to your newsletters. I guess I forgot about spending time just for myself in this busy routine. I read your latest newsletter on my way back to Cincinnati. I felt so happy that there is someone who could squeeze time from their busy, overwhelming schedule and put their thoughts on paper. I don't see any reason why anyone would be inspired after reading your newsletters. They are not just about you, they resemble each and every married woman. I'm sure that all women will be inspired and moved with your letters, and I also wish that every husband will realize the efforts put by their wives to manage and maintain their family. Please do write more newsletters in future and don't forget to send them. Take care, Lakshmi. Many of my friends and relatives wrote emails to me and appreciated my work in newsletters. Everyone's response is difficult to give here, but from some, it is as follows in a nutshell. Rajkumar and Veena. Good to have retrospection, self-analysis, so that one improves further. Ashok and Aruna. A poet exists in Kavitha. Suresh Kukunoor. Learned to reduce my stress more than 90%. Swarupa. Your newsletter explains very well the complexities of a homeopathic profession. Divya. Newsletter gives a positive and good spirit. Ravi Shankar. Hope you get some willpower from you. Krishna. Your philosophy and attitude is inspiring. Sunita. Really a great achievement in both professions. Keep progressing. Shivakumar. All the best for the excellent social service for poor and the needy. Sumana. Keep going. Best of luck. Bindu. I wish you receive many more testimonials. Shanti. Wishing you happiness and success in life. Kiran. Hope everything goes well for your project. When I look at the feedback I received on my newsletters, it shows some felt relaxed, happy, and less stressed after reading them, which clearly indicates the implementation of homeopathic principle. I wrote about my experiences of my hectic, stressful life. When a person having a similar hectic, stressful conditions, while differing in manifestations, reads them, then based on homeopathic principle like yours like, their stress levels are reduced and positive energy is seen enforced on them. Here's another picture. Which is a letter. Hi Kavitha, I went through your philosophical email and I really admire your capabilities in handling three huge dimensions of life. Hats off to your ever smiling face despite having a lot of pressures and things to handle. May God help you in your and each and every step, make it smoother and successful. Thought of drawing a small drawing for you, diagram. You, three parts, social, personal, professional. Social divided to guide, philosopher, friend. Personal divided to wife, philosopher, and professional divided to homeopath and professional. All the very best for your success. By Vignesh on 9/25/2008. My family. A little goes a long way. I would like to mention that without the assistance my husband provided me during my times of struggle, I would not have been able to get to the point where I am today. I compare my husband's help to the common salt, which is an essential ingredient in our food preparations. It only takes a pinch of salt to make a curry tasty, yet without it, the dish would never taste right. Similarly, without the help of my husband, things would have turned out quite differently. Though he's not used to helping me in the household work on a daily basis, he prepares delicious food once a week or whenever he gets some free time, which is precious and rare for him and us. That is, our kids and I. We love when he gets into the kitchen and cooks up a storm. We enjoy helping and watching him. Showing pictures where Sai is celebrating his 6th birthday with his friends. He is also giving warm send off to his best friend Muttoki, who is also leaving to Japan for good. From left to right, you'll see bottom row Sai Krishna, Muttoki, Sai and Hari. On top row, from left to right, Vikram, Mithil, Vinod, myself, and Kavin. The picture will also show Sai getting ready for his 6th grade musical concert violin, Kavin performing in a dance program in a cultural event of Detroit Telugu Association in October 2010 from left to right, Abhiram, Kavin, Aryan, Tarun, Anirudh, Pranav, Kaushik. The picture will also show Vinod and Sai enjoying their new car. Kavin doesn't want to be in the picture and he's running off to be with me as I take a snapshot. He also drops or picks up the kids whenever they have extracurricular activities and when it is not possible for me. When I am stressed beyond the limit, either with the kids or the housework, he has always given me a strong helping hand. Throughout all of this, I always know that my husband is there to help me during emergencies, and for that, I'm truly grateful to God for giving him to me. Another set of pictures which will show you picture taken with Dr. Rajan Sankaran in 2008 homeopathic seminar held in New York City. Good wishes from Dr. Rajan. Picture taken with late David Warkington, creator of homeopathic software, Mac Repertory and Reference Works, in the same above seminar held in New York City. As follows. Sometimes my husband surprises me by giving me a gift of what I wished for. I was really interested in meeting Dr. Rajan Sankaran, a world famous homeopath. I even started to dream that I gotten the opportunity to see him at some seminars. I told my husband that he was coming to New York on October 25, 2008, and my husband suggested that I go and offered to look after the children. I did not wish to burden him with taking care of our 10 and 3-year-olds after a long day of work in the office. I felt I was asking him for too much, and I was also not feeling comfortable going to New York alone. So I thought that we could take a trip to New York as a family and that it would be a great way to celebrate my son's birthday as well as my own, both of which fall on October 22. My husband readily agreed, and for that I was so thankful. He took care of the kids while I attended the 3-day seminar with Rajan Sankaran, my dream come true. I am also really appreciative of my older son Sai. He is so mature for his age and has been able to take care of his studies on his own ever since he was in 3rd grade. Vinod started helping him with his studies when he came in 6th grade. Sai helps me out by babysitting his younger brother occasionally when I really need it. He loves his brother very much. Without Sai's sacrifice and self-sufficiency, I wouldn't have been able to prove myself in the software industry. I am very much thankful to both of them. Last but not the least, my little Kavin. I greatly appreciate his patience and all the troubles he faced while adjusting at different daycare centers. Time flies fast, and I cannot believe he's a 5-year-old now. By nature, he's very sensitive, pleasant, caring, and sharing type. He's a very creative and a good listener. Overall, he's an obedient kid who gets along with his brother and with everyone. Showing you pictures where Kavan is spending time with his best friend Nikhil, who is also about to leave for Texas. Kavin visited his younger cousin Shreya at Kansas City. Both are having ice cream party. Another picture. Yeah. My kids make me very happy on the Mother's Day. I get a lot of surprise gifts, flowers from them. I get rest of my kitchen work as they either prepare food, taking my husband's help, or take me out to eat. I eagerly wait for Mother's Day every year. Lessons I learned. The story of my life is of a typical Indian woman's life. Story, I have managed my life so far under challenging circumstances, and I was successful in performing all the roles. Simply goes to show that in this way, every Indian woman can do it when she believes in herself. Even though my life looks stressful, I have enjoyed each moment of my life all these years. Over the past couple of years, what I experienced was a state of being on a compressed life schedule. What you have read about in my book is a great deal of multitasking, which is manageable if you have to do it only for a short time. But if you continue it for extended periods with no helping hand, it makes one unhappy and stressful. There is a proverb called too much is too bad. We all are busy, but to create happy and healthy environments socially, we should try and be together and share our experiences. That way, we can help each other in our society to be able to achieve what we have to achieve. Women need appreciation. A working woman should be appreciated for the work she does outside, as well as for taking care of her home and children. If she is given a help she needs occasionally, the stress levels will decrease and she'll be much happier. Housewives or homemakers also deserve appreciation from their husbands and the rest of the family members for the care they take of the family members devotedly. Do what you like and also love what you do. A mistake I made was to compare my husband with other women's husband. But later I have learned never compare your husband with someone else's and never underestimate him. It is important to remember that each person is unique. It is also a very central message of homeopathy. Whenever I get help from anyone, I consider that it is the God helping me in form of that person. I see God in all the people who have helped me in my life. God has fulfilled all my wishes and helped me to turn what I thought was impossible into possible. One thing I learned about the Indian culture and from my parents that we need the guidance of Guru. Guru is a spiritual guide equivalent to God. After graduating from homeopathy medical school and before I got married to Vinod, I had a good fortune of meeting my dad's guru, a Goswami, called a Swamiji. Later, I considered him as also my guru. I gained knowledge, wisdom, and spiritual awareness from him. Swamiji had lived for over 25 years on the minimalistic diet of only fruits and milk. Whenever I needed any help, I simply called, spoke with him, and requested for some guidance. And he advised me appropriately. Swamiji passed away in 2007. At that moment, I was very sad, as if I was left alone in the world and wondered if I would ever find a guru again. Fortunately, I met another guru, Raja Gopalacharya, a priest at SV Temple, Michigan. I believed that my earlier Guruji, Swami Aga, has blessed me with this new association with a wise person. Now, the priest Rajagopalachari is also my guru. The following pictures you can see my parents, priest Rajagopalachari, and Kavan at SV Temple, Novi, Michigan. Say, you are well, or all is well with you, and God shall hear your words and make them come true. By Ella Wheeler Wilcox. I mentioned in my first newsletter about building long lasting relationships. A relationship can be developed between two persons based on need. But if that relationship has genuinity, then it has the potential to last forever. The lessons I learned. First, nothing is impossible. If one is dedicated and sincere and devoted his or her energy, one can achieve anything. Second, be yourself. Don't lose your identity, no matter how many hurdles you encounter. Third, you do not have to prove yourself all the time. Fourth, do not lose your self confidence. Fifth, be an example to others. With a positive attitude, you can be a role model to many people. Sixth, enjoy and live in the moment. Make each day a very happy day. Seventh, patience is a virtue. Practice it on a daily basis. Eighth, determination and hard work will help you win the race. 9. Overcome your fear and dare to be wise. 10th. Look for opportunities and utilize them appropriately. I would like to share the quotes from the book Attitude is Everything. Change your attitude and you will change your life by Jeff Keller. I am convinced that life is 10% what happens to me and 90% how I react to it. And so it is with you. We are in charge of our attitudes. Dr. Charles Swindoll. Here's a story of Benjamin Roll, who lives in California. In 1990, at the age of 67, he graduated from the law school. Before he could start practicing law, he had to pass the California bar examination. On his first attempt, he failed the exam. The bar examination is held only twice a year. He appeared in the next exam 6 months later and failed again. He continued to fail the 13 bar exams. Finally, he passed the bar exam on his 14th attempt. And when he turned 73, he was finally admitted to the bar and allowed to practice law in the state of California. His story is a proof of saying attitude is everything. No Pressure, No Diamonds by Mary Case. It is a rough road that leads to heights of greatness. Seneca. Success is going from failure to failure without loss of enthusiasm. Winston Churchill. Jack Canfield and Mark Victor Hansen, the Chicken Soup for the Soul series, which sold over 30 million copies, had 33 failures in 3 years before its success. It was all because of the fact that had the determination to fail over and over, and to keep going, they succeeded. To change your circumstance, first start thinking differently. Norman Vincent Peale. A few book recommendations. The Five Love Languages of Children by Gary Chapman. The book helps in understanding the primary love language of our children. The Five Love Languages of Adults by Gary Chapman. This book provides how to understand the primary love language of your spouse. These books are available in print and also in audio playaway. More than 1.5 million books were sold. You will definitely like them, and I feel they are essential to our life. Third, why world-famous cultural heroes use homeopathy. This book explains how homeopathy benefited the world-famous persons. We did see the photo gallery while we were reading the book. Here's some beautiful pictures of a journey. Few more pictures. And serene surroundings ma'am is blessed with. Early praises. The first time I picked up the book, I was forced to leave it only because it was dinner time, and I realized I had to stop. But I had already read 45 pages of the book. I guess this itself speaks tons about the book. As a person, I love reading, and I'm very choosy about what I read. When a reader can visualize what author has written or starts feeling the author himself is reading it out to him, well, this according to me is a sign of a good book. On many occasions, I could visualize Kavitha doing her chores or writing down all items on her to-do lists or carrying that lovely smile on her face when her mother-in-law called to say hello. After nearly 5 months of training, or the point where she received her certification and registration to practice professional homeopathy in USA. I never lost Kavitha throughout the book, from the time she arrived in an unknown land as a woman dependent on her husband to when she emerged as a graceful woman in the end, who is saying that has accomplished her dreams and now practicing homeopathy full time after years of hardship. All I can say is that Kavitha indeed stuck the red coin at the correct angle to move it to the right exit hole. To borrow an example from the game Carrom Board, that too gracefully. This book is a simple and genuine and a persistent piece of art. It will inspire many in India and abroad. I am honored and thank God I have known a person like Kavitha. Dr. Preeti Shah Chauhan, BHMS, homeopath from Bombay, India. This book is very interesting. Each and every page was remarkable, and I sensed a lot of peacefulness in my mind and body and happiness in me while reading it. The book emphasizes about self-evaluation and its importance in a person's life. It clearly mentions the method of documenting what is gained and what is lost, and also what all can be achieved in a person's life on a piece of paper. At the end of the day or week or any convenient time, I felt that following that method of evaluation, every person can try and improve his or her life by learning lessons from their past experiences and working on their faults. The book also appreciates the husbands who motivate and support their wives to handle multiple responsibilities. It clearly draws attention to the role of a husband behind a successful wife, and highlights their importance in maintaining a perfect balance between their careers and household responsibilities. After completely reading this book, I have felt that this book can make wonders in everyone's life and it can bring inspiration to others for leading a successful life. By Suresh Kumar, Felix Software Solutions Private Limited, Hyderabad, India. I was so impressed when Kavitha told me that she is writing her life events as a book. I couldn't resist asking her to send me a copy of the book even before it gets published. First time when I read the book, I really felt so happy and glad that Kavitha accomplished all her goals. After reading the book a couple more times, I'm convinced that this book gives a very good motivation and positive spirit to make impossible things possible. I already read the book 3 times, and for sure I will read many more times. All the best to Kavitha for her future goals, and I'm sure she will make them happen. Sujata Taminedi, software engineer, Ford Motors, Michigan. This book is well-written memoir, or rather challenges faced by Dr. Kavitha in her personal life and career. She is very open in sharing all her experiences and the success she achieved by constantly trying and not giving up for her goals and aspirations. I hope the book will inspire all those who read it. Kiran Kumar Ponujju, software engineer, Los Angeles. Kavitha's journey is an inspiration. Her willingness to share her experiences openly and honestly is a refreshing to soul. Kavitha's objective observations of her experiences allow the reader to fill in his or her feelings with thoughtful emotions. A great compilation of her work and a better understanding of homeopathy as it crosses the globe. Thank you for sharing your gifts with this humanity, Kavitha. Lana C. Harris, co-worker at BCBSM. One day, I was walking on the BCBSM floor for something and noticed a young pretty lady walking by with glasses on, a pen and papers in hand. Immediately noticed her grin, which was clearly showing that she had achieved something really important. From that day forward, we crossed each other often on the floor and became fast friends. The first thing I thought about Kavitha is, she is proving right in front of my eyes that a homeopathy doctor can do an IT job. I thought to myself, is it possible? Can an IT person be a doctor? My answer was no way. But after a few years of being her friend, I think I learned an important thing, which is with willingness and dedication, anything can happen. Thank you, Kavitha, for this wonderful book. Experience expressed very well in very short and sweet expressions. I was so impressed when you said that you took your husband's words as a motivator when he said that you wouldn't be able to pass the certification. The fact that you took it on as a challenge proves that you have a great attitude. Keep on the same path, setting goals and surpassing them. Manju Gana, Accenture Technology Solutions, Texas. Kavitha, the author, does a very nice job of really giving the reader a clear mental picture of her life in the US and the struggles she overcame as she followed her dream. The book can really provide some inspiration to anyone who knows what it is like really want something and to go for it. Angela Fisher, journalist, Michigan. I like this book. Kavitha has a passion to write her biography and present to the world so people can learn and relate to her experiences and work towards success. This is the main thread line of the book, and she managed to continue her expressive description till the end of the book. The book has good flow and makes you read through the content without getting bored. Innocent and true life experiences brings a fresh flavor into the book. Indian working women will face most of these at one point of their life and can derive much inspiration from Kavitha's story. Anita Pomavini, PMP, IT Manager, Ford Motors, Michigan. And here we are at the end of the book. About the author. Dr. Kavitha Kukunoor is a homeopathic practitioner from India. She graduated with a bachelor's degree in homeopathy medicine and surgery, BHMS, in 1996. And since then, she has been practicing homeopathy in her homeland, India. After moving to the United States, Kavitha got certified by the Council for Homeopathic Certification, CHC, and earned her new credentials, certification in classical homeopathy, CCH. She's also a registered member of NASH, North American Society of Homeopaths. Kavitha lives in Michigan with her husband and 2 sons and runs a full-time homeopathic practice. Her website, www.kavithakihomeo.com, and also another website, www.beyondthelimitskukunoor.com. Sharing a few reviews that were published. Dr. Kavitha Kukunoor has written an inspiring tale. For many women in modern societies, this book can give something major to think about if they want to give a new direction to their lives. My favorite is the very last part when Dr. Kavitha says that one should never compare one's husband with someone else's husband. This is a good life lesson for women in general, whether they are from the East or the West. By Dr. Vatsala Sperling, who is a PhD PT Home, Vermont, USA, and an author for 7 lifetimes, an East-West journey to a spiritually fulfilling and sustainable marriage, and a series of 7 books based on Indian mythology. Next. I think that all readers will be impressed and moved and inspired by this book. All of us are confronted to challenges in our life, but few of us face them with such determination, courage, and faith in oneself and in life as Dr. Kavitha. I felt both very touched and emulated as a reader by the dedication and efforts she invested since 1996 to reach her goals. 15 years later, she is now totally justified to write. I achieved success by accepting my weakness first, being persistent, and moreover facing obstacles with hope and patience. By Mario Gilbert, homeopath from Canada. Next. Dr. Kavitha has written a book that inspires those who have a dream and stamina to go forward and make it become a reality. As a founder and administrator of a worldwide community of professional homeopaths from every country, I am often asked about the means to start a practice or clinic in the United States. Since members of the homeopathic community live in 50 states with differing rules and regulations, I find it hard to answer all these requests with certainty. A book telling the travail of hard work to reach a goal in simple language to those who may be in a similar situation will motivate more people to search out the answers and find solutions to living their passion in a new country. Dr. Kavitha's generous and kind spirit will come through and add much needed spirit and compassion to our world. With admiration for her intention to give so much to the community by putting pen to paper and documenting her story, I send Dr. Kavitha blessings of health and success in all her endeavors. by Debbie Bruck, founder and administrator of Homeopathy World Community. Thank you. This book is priced at $12.95. Thank you so much.
Greetings all. This is Dr. Deepika Balani, MD Homeopathy and Ka Homeopathy Study Group Pro Bono USA volunteer. I just wanted to share a few thoughts about the book Beyond the Limits by Dr. Kavitha Kukunoor. This is one of those books that stays with you even after you've finished reading it. It deeply motivates you, but not in a loud way or overwhelming way. It speaks to you quietly and somehow reaches exactly where it needs to. What I personally appreciate is how real and relatable it feels. It doesn't just talk about overcoming challenges, it helps you actually process them in a more grounded and meaningful way. By the end of this book, I genuinely felt emotional. It moved me in such a way that I didn't expect. It is rare to come across something that makes you pause, reflect, and feel that deeply. I have already found myself going back to certain parts again and again because this kind of book, you just don't read it once. You return to it when you need clarity or strength. I would definitely recommend this to anyone who is going through a difficult phase or even just looking for something that brings perspective and quiet encouragement. It's a very powerful and comforting read. Also, in the end, I would like to say that I am so humbled and in so much gratitude to have received the opportunity to record this book audio by Kavitha ma'am and Ka Homeopathic Study Group. So I am blessed. Thank you so much.
Greetings all. This is Dr. Deepika Balani from Ka Homeopathy Study Group Pro Bono USA. I am a volunteer here. I am here to show you a walkthrough of our website, Beyond the Limits book. This is our website. As you can see, the proceeds of the book are donated to homeopathic and other charitable organizations. Kavitha ma'am was also interviewed by Debbie Bruck, who's the founder of Homeopathic World Community. We also have a few important photographs on this website. Ma'am's college days in Jim's Homeopathy Medical College, where she awarded and honored. Her lecture videos. This is more detail about the book. This is about our author and detailed reviews. You can order these books from here. As you can see, the proceeds of our book are also donated to the charities as listed here. A few more photographs. These are our fond memories. You can also visit our second book, A Dose of Spirituality with Dr. Kavitha. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to Beyond the Limits book audio. If this experience touched you, I encourage you to share it further. This audio journey would not have been possible without the heartfelt narration by Dr. Deepika Balani. and I deeply appreciate her contribution. Also, check out our second book, Audio A Dose of Spirituality, did with our car study group doctors. Wishing everyone strength and growth and love beyond every limit. With much gratitude, sending light and love, Dr. Kavitha Kukunoor.